Good evening and welcome. Here we are. We are back with a bit of Factorio between sessions, between live stream let's plays. So we completed our Craftorio let's play, and now we have the next one, the True Mega Base, coming up starting Sunday. So I actually wanted to spend some time here with you to do a bit of design for utility science that we again that's the only science we haven't done in a grand scale. So, hey, why not? I do think, yeah, I had to wait until the last second to load Factorio because, yeah, there's been a lot of releases today. So, yeah, so we're going to do utility science today, and then after that, we're going to look a bit at the design for, or so the concept for my next base, and then we are going to select the map. And if we have something else that we should look at in terms of designs, then by all means let us know. Let me know, then we can take a look at it together. I think that would be fun. I do like these workshop sessions, but I stopped them because we just there weren't so many things that really needed a lot of like workshopping. So I'd rather just spend the time on some other streams instead. Um, so the another thing is that I look over now at my PS5, and there's a fine layer of dust on it, and that's sad. So for anyone who's been unable to get the PS5, I haven't used mine much. I played some Demon Souls, and that's it. It's a really expensive console for one game. I want to play something more with a controller, and no, I don't want to play Factorio with a controller.
Welcome
And
back.
Dead Monkeys,
Your
thank you
steadfast
for
loyalty is
the 5 months.
greatly
5 months.
appreciated.
Giveaway. Yeah, nice try. uh, so, so actually, I really want to start a game. I want to play a game. I love Factorio and Oxygen not included, but they're kind of the same, and I need this kind of I don't know. I call it adventure game, but like single player, one character control game, right? Self I have to profit. No, no. I This is a business expense. This is something I need to have for running my business. So of course I'm not going to sell it. So silly you. Anyway, but anyway, I mean we have Horizon Zero Dawn, but I just don't know how when I'm going to do it. So I'd like to sort of wait until we have some news about when the real game is coming out. Uh, I was also considering Hitman, but yeah, not gonna do that because Dyson Sphere is coming out soon, so we can we're gonna play that on the 21st. So next week will be Dyson Sphere coming up, and yeah, then we'll see. Anyway, so yeah, let's just jump into the game, and start working on some designs. This will be a nice, quiet day, I expect. So it's also what's really good with these kind of sessions is that it can you we have more time for you to just ask questions about something, and if you have some questions about some designs or something, it's much easier to just dive in and have a look at what we want. Oh, yep, I do have a lot of save games. Maybe too many. That one, I think it's one. Yeah, let's do that. And good evening, everyone. Could buy a chick's bathwater. Who's selling bathwater? Oh yeah, I might also do a masterclass series on getting from trains into these congested belts, because that's kind of also a challenge, I would imagine. I hate that I did chose this one without a character. I really need the character is so much more comfortable to work with when not having a character. You could just have like also getting rid of stuff is more complicated. Have you played with hitting R while dragging? Yes. Okay, so let's sort that out while we're at it. Let's see. Here, fancy filters. and there. All right, so new release, you drag, and you can, how is it? You just, you hold it over here, and then you rotate, and then it actually builds up immediately. That's pretty crazy. And you can just go, whoops, and there. See, that's too far. That's I haven't really figured out how it works when it's too far. It's pretty crazy. I think it's gonna be nice, but it's really weird. But I noticed it when my masterclass when I just went like this, like whoops. I think that when you start making bus bases and just imagine my usual nightmare of having my bus and just getting all the way from one end to the other. It's easy with the red belts or with the yellow belts because they sort of snap this distance, but this is not what I wanted. Well, that was disappointing. I dragged the belt. That I didn't drag the belt. That was on me, that one. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So the belt. Whee! There you go. There. So it's super easy to go. Okay, and then we need to branch this copper off and then drag it to the side. Like, oh man, that's so nice. And the other one here. Now, you have to get used to sort of holding it down, dragging to where you want it, and then rotating it. So that means also you need to actually finally learn to hit Shift R. That's funny because R, yeah, see, that's not good because it rotates the other way. Or is that just too long, too far? Try from here. Oh, it rotates towards you. Okay, so it doesn't rotate the right way. It rotates towards you in the distance you're taking. Ah, that makes much more sense. So actually rotate is now something else. Cool. No, rotate is not clockwise and Shift R is counterclockwise. No, that's not how it works here. It's actually, I'm hitting R, which should point it the other way. But it's working, it points towards the cursor when you hit R and hold it down. Yeah, interesting. It's going to be handy as we start up a new base. Yeah, so this one's probably going to be is going to be the next masterclass, and then after that it's going to be the one we're going to do today. Yeah, shift is for ghosts. Yeah. When dragging rotates in direction you intend, well, at least in the direction I'm pointing that. All right, I'm going to do like the usual thing here. So what we want to do is basically the usual design. Couple of these, and then we see that one, and we see how per minute. We don't like per minute, per second. There, 23. That's an awful number. Oh, production modules Mark 1. Wow, why would I have that even? Imagine me just designing the whole thing with the wrong production modules. Yucks. And try again. Oh, look at those interesting numbers. That one. 21. I mean, seriously? 21? There's only one way that can be done, and that's going to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times 3. Can you explain the zigzaggy belt thingy? above the adjacent build. That one? Yeah. Uh, this one? It basically just monitors 100 belts and puts it out on the green wire. And if the belt 100 belts can have 4 on either side, so if it's fully compressed, then it's 800, and if it's fully compressed on one side, it's 400. Then I multiply by 9, divided by 16, and then I get 225, which corresponds to 22.5 per second. So basically, if I build this but forget one of these, then it's really difficult to see it. And if I do this, it's still gonna say it's perfect. It does exactly what it's supposed to, except it isn't. And over time, I'll start seeing that there will be gaps because one of these is not working. But there's no way for me to find out. Okay, in this case, that one could tell me, but bottleneck could tell me. Let's actually just let it run without it and then see how long it takes for it to actually start coming in with errors. There we go. There's an error. You look here. It's 400, and immediately it starts just indicating that something is wrong, and then we can start looking for the error. And that could be something like the swing timers are off, or yeah, they can't compress the belt close enough. Anything like that that isn't handled by the max rate calculator or the rate calculator. So once this one is up and running, and it should take a while to stabilize, but it should stabilize. There's still a little gap, so after a while it'll stabilize. That's at least what we saw. Damn close. Yeah, so it's still not stable, and this is just the reason for having such a long way is because it allows us to get sort of a running average over an extended period of time to see if it actually stabilizes. So right now I thought it was actually good, and there it's almost 500, but there is a tiny little gap. There's a one gap on the belt, and those gaps become smaller and smaller. There's still some gaps. Interesting. Over time it should work. 400. Yes, 400. 400 is the content of the belts on the green wire. 225 is, oh, it was just up to 225. Well, so why the division? It's just if basically if 800 is 100%, and I want it to be expressed as a number where 45 is 100%, then I just need to divide by 800, multiply by 45. Both are divisible by 5, so it's actually going to be multiply by 9 divided by 16. That's it. So you just basically take the number. Yeah, I wanted to express my 800 as a percentage, not a percentage, of 45. Manage me of an issue I run into with bot-based builds where the calculator will say you have enough, but say the green circuit factory needs 2 inserters to keep up. Yeah. Yep, that's also what I saw, and sometimes even for the copper wire, it needs even more. Right, so this one. Let's take a look at the content here. Blue is something we are going to get inbound, and I think I'll also get low density structure inbound on the train if we're being honest, right? Because low density structures are used for yellow science and for space science. So since it's used for 2, I think it warrants a centralized build. Also, I think it needs quite a lot, to be honest. So what I think we need to build is actually the robot frames, because there's no way I'm going to do a dedicated build out in the world for flying robot frames. I might do for my mega base, but that's a while. That's gonna take a while. Yeah. Okay, so blues are coming in. That's easy, and well, the first thing I want to do is just take out this part because we don't want that. So let's only design towards this one. Whoop. Actually, let's try this. I want to see how much I'm overproducing. That is ever so slightly underproducing. That's actually nice, but do I want this? No, I don't want it, because then it's no longer tileable. So either this, which isn't happening, this is not enough, or scale it up like this. And I think we'll keep it like this. Perfect example of inserted is in your latest reverse megabase episode. Just the difference between grabbing from the near side and the far side can change the speed which they grab. Yep, that's true. Just trim the inside beacons. No, I don't want to do that. No. I want it to be a repeatable pattern. That's kind of... Oops. It's what I've done here as well. This is repeatable. So this is also going to be repeatable. Is it good? Yeah, it's stabilized. As a beginner, I was impatient and I have to do by myself. Now I'm rocking design to feed each science heading from 150 to 1.5 and to 22. How the session goes. Okay, yeah. I have a comment about reverse megabase, but I don't want to be posting comments on YouTube. Okay. If your idea to directly mine or interchange would work for a page which hasn't achieved as much mining. Nope, it doesn't. No. I did some calculations in my previous one, and I saw that I needed at least 24 in that specific case. So it gets better the more you have. So you need like 20, 30, 40, 50, something too. But this is a late game thing, a mega base thing. This is not something you just do as soon as you can. It takes way, way too long. So, okay, let's see. What do we need in terms of that one? This is going to be awful enough as it is. How much? I need 2 point. Oh, there. Is that's very close to correct, isn't it? No, it's not. Not really. Not very close, but close-ish. Now that's... What? Ugh, this is getting horrible. Okay, so now we have a very small surplus. Yeah. Even so, colleague, even if you say that it's true, I am in this series, in these streams, I don't take anything for granted. We always test everything. We test everything, we try it, we verify, we authenticate, we validate everything, because, yeah, that's kind of what this is all about. I have it tested, yeah, but I don't trust it. It's that simple. I don't trust anything unless we see it here. There are like hundreds of people who go like, oh yeah, I know exactly how this works, and 97% of them are wrong. There's so many false truths floating around, so if we don't test it together, then I just don't trust it. I can't take anything, because then the whole thing is like I present a masterclass and then go like, and this is working, and then there'll be 200 comments about that's actually not true, and I go like, fuck, I should have tested it. Hey Turban, you don't trust Twitch chat? No, I don't trust Factorio engineers. It's that simple. There are so many, yeah, anecdotes and urban legends and crap like that, that if we're doing a masterclass design, we design it together, we validate the inputs and outputs and ratios all the way through. That's the whole point of this. If I just, then someone would just share a blueprint and then go like, oh, well, done. thank you for tonight. Good night. See you tomorrow. So yeah, you never saw anything to throw you off. Nope, maybe not deliberately, but but okay. So as we do this, we have to consider that the ratios are now. There's now going to be some kind of I don't know what you could say, latency or lag or something like that in this, where if I keep doing all of these and just keep scaling it up more than the next one, then I'm going to get in trouble at some point. And that's why we need to check this. Yeah, so 2 of those is definitely not enough, but the question is whether 2 of these, it's actually, oh, right, the productivity. So that's actually enough. And then, but 1 of these is definitely not enough. But 2 of them will, but will it be enough with reduced? Yeah. Yeah, so now there's a green all the way through. The question is just how much I do. Okay, I'm going to do this manual. So if I produce 1 engine, if I put enough, no, if I have 1 machine working at speed 1, outputting 1, then it's going to output 1.4. Good. Then the 1.4 goes into the electric engine and becomes out as 1.96. That's close to 2. Then it goes into the robot frames and comes out as 1.4. That means 2.77. What did I just do here? I assumed they had the same crafting speed. This 2.77 is more than 2.5. All right, I'm going to count it backwards then. I want to see how much, I want to figure out exactly how many engines we need. So what I'm doing is taking this part, and that's not helping at all. I have to calculate it manually. So if I want 22.5, then I get 3 per craft, and then for every craft I get the productivity, so I also divide by the productivity. That means for every one of these inputs I need 5.35714 input. So that means that's how many flying robot frames I need per second. Okay, so if this is how many robot frames I need per second, then how much is that? How many? Each robot frame is 1 electric engine, so I just divide by 1.4, then I get how many electric engines I need, and then I divide by 1.4 to get how many engines I need output. And do I then divide by 1.4 again to figure out how much input I need for the electric engines? Now I got lost. That means I need one. If I need 1 point, if I provide materials to craft 1.9 engines, then I'll get, this one will then be electric engines, this will be robot frames, this will be, no, it's too much. I have 4 times productivity. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so it was correct. Wow, it's completely non-caring about commas and periods. Perfect. Awesome video. Well done. What does this tell me? Not much. Actually, then I say if I have 3 columns, then I only need to produce 1/3 of this. So if this one is producing more than 0.65, it is, then I only need 1. Do we think that's correct? If I do this, it's gonna look bad, isn't it? No, yeah, okay, so it looks like it's underperforming here, and it is, but it's underperforming to keep up with the electric engines, which is overperforming to keep up with the robot frames, which is overperforming to keep up with the yellow signs, which is overperforming. So this one is actually enough. Cyclops, that's not how I want to do it. Photos. No, it's not. Yeah, okay. That's a good alternative. Let me just try that. That's 5, and this one doesn't work when it's not scared. Nope, it doesn't work. Not enough. So this is not enough. Then I'd have to sort of add extra here to keep it up. Okay. Okay. That's something. This is a lot more sexy to have it even. The only issue with this build is that I'll have more rounding errors with the next one. Cutting it too close. $22.5, and it's stable here. So with Factorio, you can cut it as close as you want. As long as it's even, it's good. Hey Patrick, also just 1 second of waiting for a train at any given point and you will never run out again. You know, this is interesting enough. That we can toy with this idea. When cutting it that close, power is an issue, but you never run out of power, right? Why is power an issue? Why is power an issue in any way? Hey, why me in trouble? Thanks for the great entertainment while I've been recovering from back surgery. How is your back? I guess all the back injuries is from all of the excessive dangerous work I'm putting your dupe through in oxygen unincluded. I mean, then it doesn't matter, Cyclops. It's if I'm running low on power, it doesn't matter anything. Every single build will be off, but they'll be off by the same amount. So you're not designing anything for under brownouts. That would be incredibly weird. Where is your purple signs coming in from? Coming in from? This is my purple signs. It is what it is. I mean, everything comes in from the bottom, goes out to the top. That's how I built these. Okay, so now I'll try something else. I'll try this one. Where's it going to? Up? This is just design. These are just design things here. You can see all of this in this base. It's just designs we made that are just working standalone that you can use in your base if you feel like it. Oh yeah, we never did this one. Masterclass for direct train loading. That's fun. Alright, let me try this one. So start with, oops, let's start with 2 of these and let's see how we're doing for that. Slow. Still slow. Okay, there's a lot of shortcuts here. Alt X and Control X used excessively here. It's slow again. How is that? That's actually weird. Isn't that weird that it's slow? It's still slow. And this one, it can't be slow. So I joined AirPods or something fancy. What? This is fancy. This is archaic. These are like 7-year-old from my iPhone 4S. So they work fine. The reason why is because I actually want to be sponsored by someone for some headphones, but I never really bothered to contact anyone. So I do also have a nice SteelSeries thing, but I don't want to wear it because right? Yeah, so 1 speed instead of productivity is an absolute disaster. First of all, it doesn't really give me much speed and it will just completely destroy everything because all builds must be the boomer look. It's bunny ears. No, it's bunny ears, right? Stinoskonaus, the command. Bunny, what is it? There is one. There's a... Whether it's headset or rabbit. There is something, yep. Not quite boomer, but you know. Can you keep in mind the robot building from this build either at the end or in front of the build? I'm talking when you output the frames. Huh? The robot building from this build, keep in mind? All right, so like I would make like a separate build and then go in there. If I wanted to do that, I would have done it for all of this, but I didn't do it for this, which is one of my most beautiful builds, and I hope we can come up with something that is equally beautiful. This is one of my absolute best builds, and as in our best build, because there are certainly some suggestions that I wouldn't have come up with. But the whole thing sort of meshed together, and the curving and the weaving and all that crazy stuff, and reusing belts for other things. It's super awesome. Hey, Vichu, thank you for the tier 3 for 24 months. That's super generous of you. Yeah, so if I didn't do it here, I don't want to do it here. Okay, so this one's actually too slow. What if I just make 4 of those? I don't like that. It just seems like it's way too much. Like now I have a very large surplus. That's not good. I was really hoping that it would work if I did this one. If I did this, it would be fine. I'll look at it again and go, nope, it's not good enough. So the only way this one could work would be if it actually did double, which is of course pretty stupid. It's still not good enough. Okay, then that's just it. That was not gonna work. Hey, Nyet, thank you.
Welcome home.
Okay, I'm gonna put this up here. And 4 of those, yeah. Maybe just make it 1 spaced out so that I can see the difference. Alright, so there's a surplus. Next up. This distance is just for my own sake right now. This is almost certainly needs 2 of those. I can't imagine it needing less than 2. Definitely not. But if it push comes to shove, it could also be allowed to do something like this, and it would still be okay. I think. It would still be okay. So even if this one has to be aligned with the beacons, meaning that they hit less beacons. Hey, Beanage, I'm back to asking about your desk again. Does it wobble when raised? Not much. I mean, I can wobble it if I want to. Make for some really peaceful viewing while I work through the day. Thank you. And then if this was enough before, then it's got to be enough now, right? I'm gonna call that enough. Yeah. And if I just do this one, 0.77 times 4, 0.77 times 4, that's 3.8 per. So this is what I'm producing per second. Then I put it into electric engines, and then I get 4.3. Then I put it into robot frames, and then I get 6 point something. It's good. Good. So this is the build. Or is this the build? Nah, this is not enough. 0.595 times 4. 7.4. That's the electric. Times 1.4. That's the flying robot. Not enough. So, oops. So this is the build. I'm gonna ignore all the other ones for now, and we need to figure out this one. Pipes and gears, of course. Pipes and gears are super easy. This one will be pipes because that has to be faster, and gears will be out there. So let's have a look at what we did for blue signs. We just had something like this. Now let's look at the raw materials inbound for this part. And okay, hold on. So, whoops. Let's get a sense. Now, okay, first we take a look at this one. So we're happy with all of it being done. Yep. And then let's look at it. So not much, not much. Batteries, crap. That's a lot of things coming in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 items in. That's going to be pretty crowded. All right, let's see how this goes. There is an option for this one to go in between here. The calculator is called Calculator UI, made by Vichu, and this one is called Rate Calculator and made by someone. Yeah, productivity and gears, sure. Okay, so I don't really want to put these two on a belt. This one has no problem being stuck here, so that would be something like this, and then outbound. This one is easy, so that just needs green circuits, but also this one needs green circuits. So let's at least say that we'll get some kind of green circuits here. So far so good. And I will then take that one out, and we can just make iron here. Let me guess, this is probably not how I intend to have it at the later on. Ah, steel, crap. Steel is also okay because steel needs to be going on for that one. So let's filter for steel. And then it would be potential that something could come in like this. Oops. And then go upwards. As in, that could be batteries, for example, or it could be... Wow, this is going to be... We're having a bit of an issue here with the liquid. Yeah. And this is going to be a huge issue because that actually consumes... Oh, no. I need to do it this way. Yeah, that's the only way to make it not take up all the space in the world. That one. Out. Oh. That's my daughter sending a text, so... I'll put the engines on the green circuit belt. Yeah. That's also what we do here. That one. This one could be lubricants. This one could be, I don't know, batteries on one side or something. So batteries go in here and merge that one. Now we do have issues on outbounds. This one doesn't need to be here, so this can let's go outbound. Let me just get that one, and obviously this one. Oh, actually not. Yeah. Here. Only get the greens moving forward. All right, we're getting somewhere. Oh, I know what I want. I want this one to go right there. Ah, too bad. How do we fix that? You can make... you can input some assign make all columns share it. No, not really, because that means that I don't get thing. It's more of a conceptual thing. It's like I could also take things up from the top, but then the design is not the same. All of my designs are input from one end, output on the other end, 2 lines of fully next to each other beacons, 8 beacons per each, 822.5 outbound. Those are sort of given, and if I go like, they're all like that, except this one. This one takes it in from the middle. No. Yeah, I think this is actually the part. If I change the side of this, that will have... Whoa. That's got to be something we can do, right? It's just a simple one here. This one can be... Right. That's not a problem. There'll be other problems along the way. This is not the biggest of them. So that's actually gotten up here. And now... I do need more space because the only way I can see this working is through this pattern. input, output, output, input, 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 right? And then somehow I need to sneak one more line through, which is not super impossible. Let's see. I remember the pain I had to go through when I made my mega base back in the days before all the mods. Yeah, I mean, everything gets easier over time, except sort of the things that don't. Is there any way this can be done? No. Is there any way this one could be getting somewhere else? It has to come in on this side, and you know, what if the oil is on that side? Would that help? It would mean a bit of a disruption to this one, but this doesn't actually need to be here. This can be further up, so if I now take this one on this side, maybe that'll help. It's getting crowded, but I think it can be doable. So I'm gonna get... Nah, because this one can't jump far enough. Even if it's here, it cannot... it could jump there, but it can't jump over all of this. It could jump from there and not even... Oops. It should be able to jump from here to there. It's 8 tiles. Yeah, so it has to go in. This one has to go in right there. Yeah. I mean, I can always just space it out. Make electric engines share one input. I mean, if you space them one tile apart and rotate liquids inputs towards each other. Ah, good point. Good point. Excellent. That's really nice. That's a great suggestion. I just had to understand it. I can't really see what it does, but I'm sure that it'll be easier. And we'll take it on this side. There. That's much better. Good idea. That one jumps over. And now these are outbounds. These are... Then I can actually get... That's tight. That's nice. Right, this looks good. This looks good. We do have some issues on sort of the spacing here. So when you have something that's one between, there's only one way that they can do, and that's if they are like this, which means 1, 2, 3 up. It's not necessarily a problem. Now these two are still not correct, but they will be when I do that one. So these are now affected by 4 beacons each, and that's what I need. This one goes in here, this one goes in here, and that one, and... Okay, that's probably a bit far. Take all of this, and... Ooh, thank you so much! Wow, that was Disposable Hero. Thanks for the Factorio content. Keeps me entertained while staying at home. Stay healthy. Oh, but stay healthy implies that I am already healthy. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Really appreciate it. That's very nice and very generous donation. And I'm happy that I can keep you entertained while you're stuck at home. Again, we're all stuck at home. Is that... Now usual engines are aligned. That probably makes them too slow. Yeah, so that will just take it one down. Actually, that's gonna be fine, except for the distance, of course, but oh, hold on. Right? This What if that's the start? Aha! I love it. This one is necessary. Oh, yeah, it is necessary because it rolls out that way. And engines are not working because this one got disconnected. And also Improbable Scout, thank you for the 6 months. Loving Oxygen Not Included series here and on YouTube. Great way to chill out after work. Thank you. Wow, thank you. I really appreciate it. I love doing my Oxygen Not Included series. It's not getting as many views as I would have hoped, but you know, I'm still sort of newish to that game, at least on YouTube. So, okay, we have one more challenge. One more challenge here. Oh, I also copied, cut it instead of. Hold on, this one, there. This is actually really nice. There. So now all I need is this inbound, which will have, which one's most? It's 3 plus 1, 2. So low density on the inside. Low density and blue. I think we're actually almost there. We do have a few more challenging things like power poles. How the hell are we going to power this? But aside from this, we ended up with exactly the design I wanted here. Oh, this one took out the beacon, the modules. This one. And the yellow science. Yeah. These obviously also need inputs, and now I have problems again. I'm missing one input, or one input here. There's no way for me to get. Huh? Why did it get stuck? Why does it stop working? Oh, there we go. Okay, so these go in here, go over there, and go over there, and then they will unfortunately hit the outside, I guess, right? Yeah, they'll hit the outside. That's not intentional. Hmm. Oof. What if I do that instead? And then go this one? Then I have it. Place extra beacon for yellow signs between the robot frames and yellow signs instead of at the end. You'll get more space. Yes. I could do that, but I don't need it. We found a solution. A beautiful solution. Just want to say thanks for the masterclass series. I watched easily over 10 hours or so of it. Absolutely amazing videos. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It was hey Conrad, thank you for the 16. It was.
Welcome home.
I think it was in May I started it, and I was like, I think it was sort of my spring, my winter depression that transitioned gradually into a spring depression. Yay. And I guess it did that for everyone. And I was like, nothing's working. Why is nothing working? And I was like, all right, I'm going to do some, let's say some. The idea was to make some evergreen content on YouTube. Basically, something that does not become. Um, like, Let's Play is not particularly relevant unless it's new. So, Let's Plays are something you consume once and that's it. But a tutorial is something you can come back to time and again if you build something, or if you're like, oh, how is that with the trains thing? Oh, let me just check on. And it's also like 2 years later, it's still relevant because maybe the graphics are updated, but the train mechanics are not significantly updated. So I want to make more of this, and I wanted to make it in preparation for the go live, so that I sort of said my channel is the premier location on YouTube for sort of resources for Factorio come 1.0. Yeah. The springtime when winter depression transitions into normal depression. Lovely. Nothing to make fun of, but it's that's just the winter gloominess, right? Uh, this looks like it's working, but I kind of fear how the hell are we gonna make some power poles on this? We'll try. It does really help my depression as well, and your video is absolutely key for helping me build my first megabase. Nice. Happy to hear that. For your belt merging split half to full to half masterclass. What? Can't wait for your belt merging splitting half to full to half. What do you mean by that? Is that something? Oh, is it the one I kind of mentioned? Like, how do you actually do this part? And hello, Professor QB. Welcome. Fairly new to Factorio. Less than 1,000 hours. Welcome. We are just doing cute designs, and maybe they work. I think this works. This one is kind of starved, but we knew this, right? We knew that it would be kind of starved. 0.5, that seems like it's a lot starved. More starved than it should be. Alright, let's take a look at this. Assuming this one works. Oh, this is not fast enough. And if I move it one up, then it doesn't work, because this one will be aligned with the beacons. Yeah. So now let's compare these. This is slightly underscaled, but I think it's enough. 0.77 is enough to feed all the way through here. Nothing seems to be starving. And it's also time. No output on top RoboFrame. You are correct. But that's because it's starved. So it is outputting, but it's not starved, it's saturated. That's the word. Yeah, I can't do this because then... No, I can't. I can't do that, which is what I want to do. It looks better. And it doesn't merge into this one. The reason why is because if you compare the ratios between... Here I have a significant surplus. If I compare it with one less, then it's... So basically the last one, the fourth one of these, is only working at half speed. So, yeah. I checked and I have 4,000 hours of Factorio. If I worked all the hours I played Factorio, I could have made... Okay. So that makes kind of like your annual salary 65,000. Yeah, I don't think I've earned $130,000 playing Factorio. Don't think so. Is there a time to ask questions about specific blueprints? I have a question about the oil production. You are welcome to ask it. Let's just... you're welcome to ask a question. If it's a simple one, I'll answer it easily. If it's something where we need to build it and go through it, then I'll maybe just push it for a bit later so we don't get distracted from this design. But feel free to ask. This is why these workshops are here. You might have found a bit mistake. Cool. I like this. What I also like is taking a short break, so that's what I'm going to do now, and then I'll be back in 2 minutes. I don't want to hijack the chat. Well, that's kind of that's called it's called interaction, engagement, distracting. If it's distracting, then I'll just ignore it or let you know. So don't worry. The cloth bandit got an upgrade. Oh yeah, yeah. This robotic arm, cybernetic things. I've actually contacted them and asked about sort of, yeah, if there's sort of like a referral link or anything, if anyone, because I'm actually, now that I've used it for a bit, I actually like it. I think it's rather comfortable. So I would never recommend something I haven't tried. I mean, yes, I would recommend something I haven't tried. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I could recommend things I haven't tried, but not sort of in a commercial context. What does it do? It's compression, and it gives rest, and also it just alleviates my hand, and also it's really nice and slippery. So yeah. All right. Anyway, break time, and then I'll be back. See you in a bit. And we're back. So let me see that. Scroll up and see that question. Where's the question from Professor QB? Why am I blind? Oh, because it got deleted. Ha. Nightbot deleted everything because you post links. Yep, don't do that. All right, so can you post your not your link but your question again? Then we'll take a look at it. I was trying to show which blueprint I was using. The blueprint from the Oil Production Masterclass. Yep. Okay. So what could you just repeat the question? What I'm gonna do in the meantime is see if this one scales, or is it tiles? It does. But, oh no, we don't do that. We actually have to do the fun part. This is the highest it could be, which means that is the best place it can be, I think. There, because I can build that one, and this one can go like that, and it still works. This one is still upwards in here. Good stuff. All right. So the next one. It's not a great place. Down there would be better. What if you built here? And that would be excellent. Super easy. Although, if I build it like that, then I could build it this way. That was so much easier than I thought. Huh. Yeah. So much easier. It hits the beacons. It hits the beacons. Cool. Alright, so I'm using oil refining and processing from early, mid, game, late. Yep, that one. It's up here somewhere. Somewhere. Wow, we've done a lot of these. Where are you? Where are you? There you are. That one. Nope, that's the liquefaction. I could also just read stuff up here. Why no oil? There we go. Oil refinery. That one. Yes. So, I want to increase the light oil production. I have 2 blueprints from 2 very rich oil pits. So, plenty of crude oil coming in. Hey, oh, timber. Did I just not hear any notification? Yeah, I didn't hear it, but it was there. Thank you for the 2 years of tier 2. Thank you so much, Timber. Are we stuck with timber now? You may want to get rid of your infinite power station. Yeah, I know. Mid-time versions of yellow science blueprints Ninos made over the years. Not many, actually. That's the whole point. And this will be hopefully the last one. I'll probably make another one for my Let's Play next time, because I'm going to build it completely different. Okay. This one. So your question is... So the first question is, are you using this one? Or are you using sort of one of the lower tier versions of it? Like, are you in late game or mid game or where you're at? So the thing is, if you want... The way it works with those red wires, if it's hooked up correctly, that one. Okay. And you want to have more production of light oil. The thing is that it will stop the production of, or the conversion of light oil to petroleum, this one, unless you have 5,000 in this box, per tank. Which means that if it's hooked up correctly, all of these, not like that, come on, copy, all of these, plus all of these will stop working, because the only place they can go out is through this one here. If this drops below 5,000. And if you, because you want to increase it, then you can say that if you want a bigger buffer for this. So the question is, like, is it the overall production, or is it the storage? So if it's the storage, just increase this and say, all right, I actually want, I don't know, 40,000 stored. And then you don't want to have this one, so don't start until you have at least 20,000. So what happens now is this one fills up very fast to 20,000. Boom. And then goes. But if I make a constant consumption on this one, at most 41, yeah? At most 0. Whoop. It's consuming? Not consuming. Why is it not consuming? It's not really consuming much. Okay, it is consuming, but slowly. It's consuming by the rate that it's doing. So what will happen as this transitions downwards, it goes below 20,000. This one has now shut off, and these are getting stuck. So all of the light oil we're producing is now going in here. And you can see we're now producing 1,000 light oil per second. And if you need more than 1,000 light oil per second, I have to ask you what you're using it for, because I think that's the question. Hello, BGOP. Good evening. Why 41? Rocket fuel is what I'm using it for. Okay. In a normal base, you will use less light oil for rocket fuel than you will use petroleum for plastic and sulfur. I said sulfur, not sulfuric acid, because you don't need petroleum for sulfuric acid. You need it for sulfur. So, um, so my question is that if this here, if the whole thing here is working and outputting 1,000 per second, and you're using that, build two, double it. If this is getting stuck because you can't use the petroleum, then I'm just really puzzled why you're not using the petroleum. And is that because maybe, well, like, how are you? You must have a ton of plastic you need. So this is why I'm trying to find the underlying issue, because it you should not be using more light oil. Oh, the only reason is if you have a dedicated mega base build and you want this location to be doing only rocket fuel. In that case, you make 4 lines um, of light oil to rocket fuel and 1 line of petroleum to rocket fuel, and then that's good. How much crude oil? It's all here. So this one consumes 1,110 oil per second, and it will output 650 oil from just the refineries, and then plus if you convert all of the heavy oil into light oil, it'll produce another 350 on top of it. So it'll be exactly 1,000, exactly 1,001. And you can then convert all the 1,001 directly into petroleum gas. But that one only works, like I could, I'll take this one. And if I take this out, there. So now this is if you don't have, if you have all of these disabled, then it's going to look like this. You still need to consume 794, yes, 794 light petroleum. Otherwise, it'll get stuck on petroleum. So the question is, the question is whether your input starved, in that case get more oil inbound, or it is jamming because you're not using petroleum enough. And that's the only two cases I can come up with. Otherwise, I would recommend taking it down, stamp it down on the blueprint, because there's something wrong. Someone update to 0.11 today. I am updated to 0.11. Oh yeah, I don't have a, let's see. I can make ghosts seem fine. I'm not using petroleum enough. Okay, so the question is, how are you making plastic, or aren't you plastic staff then? Yeah. So if this is a dedicated location that makes only rocket fuel, then just take the petroleum that you have and make rocket fuel out of it. But make sure that you do not end up converting light oil to petroleum to rocket fuel. No, light oil to petroleum to solid fuel, because that's a bad deal. Good. I think that's answered. That's a good masterclass build. Didn't get many views. Don't know why I have that. Oh yeah, my Spidertron build. That was cute. Cute and useless. Masterclass on 8 beacon rocket fuel. It's already there. It's already there. I'm pressing Alt S for the map view. That's not how it works. And I can't see that one. Nope. Advanced smelting. I'm sure I have it. Late game, that one. No. Didn't I do that? Rocket components in late game? No? I'm sure I did. Nope, I guess not. Well, I guess we can do that then. And where are we now? We are down here. Cool. Let's take this one. Now the last thing we need is lights, which is going to be the least difficult one on this build. So on this side there's no option, but on this side there are a few options. This one can't be moved out, so that's an option. I love builds that are this compact. And that's an option, and that's an option, and that, and that. That's too many. There, that's the lights. Cool. Let's see if it works. And then I do. See, this is how I discovered it when I did this. I go, what? That was supposed to cut it off like that. And then I use my blueprint like this. And cut it off. And it's going to take a while to get started. I don't think that's the best idea. I think it's better to do it this way. I don't even think that's the best idea. I think that's also a mediocre one. Yeah. And let's see. So theoretically speaking, I should be outputting 22.5, and with a bit of start. Don't forget to kill your infinite power to ensure coverage. Yes. I'll do that. I'll do that. So you're happy? There. Okay. It's all good. Why you switch to splitters? Because otherwise, I mean, in this case, these two are now even. These two are now even, and these two are even. So I like it being even. Otherwise, if there's any lag, it will always be the last one, the one that tried to merge into an already full belt. And this just means that they are going to be closer together. Ideally, I would also merge them probably more towards this line. Something like this. And then of course you could be even more sort of consistent somehow. Okay, now it's not doing what I want. Okay, so that should be... Actually, I'd want it to be here. This is not something that has any impact on the actual performance, but it's just making nice. Ooh, testing branches open for oxygen not included. Right. There. And let's see if it continues to go. What I'll do is I will set up a warning, and that will be for the red wire. If the red wire, actually I want the volume, global playback. If the volume of this one is less than 225, then just start blaring the alarm. Good. It's going to take some time to get it up. By the way, will there be 22.5 space signs in this masterclass build? I will struggle with calculating rocket parts and animation time. I actually thought I had done that, and then it stops. Yeah, sounds like my alarm clock. Yeah, it sounds like a generic alarm clock. So I'm going to call this pretty much done, except we do need to clean up a few of these things. Like this thing. Okay, that is definitely not what I wanted. Yeah, they don't remove these for some reason. It's probably because there's some script built into it. No. Yeah, just... There. And I still don't like that. I'll get a bit closer, and then I'm going to get... There they are. Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. There, there, and there. Such a subtle change here. But I still want it. Yeah. Okay. So if someone mentions they couldn't build with Ghost after the update. Yeah, someone did, yeah. And now I need to get the exact numbers for how much is inbound, which is always going to be annoying. This one will be, the output is 23. Then I'm going to get some inbounds of this one. I'm going to get some inbounds of that one. I'm going to get some inbounds of this one. Yes. And the numbers are... I can never remember what's most... okay, so low density, fly, blue. Okay. So low density is going to be minus 16. Yes. And this one will be... Does that seem right? Yes. And then this one is a intermediate, so I can round it off. If it was an raw product, we agreed that I should round it up. Confirm the oil is fixed in 112. Who knows when that will be released? Psh. Yeah, they are just illustrating why they shouldn't add features like that. But I mean, it's an experimental, and it's still, the game is stable. But yeah, fix one thing, break three other things. Okay. How do I do this most appropriately? Because... So I need to get the 5.3457 or something like that. I can't remember. 22.5 divided by 1.4 divided by 3. That's the magic number. So That's how many outbound robot frames I need, so I divide by 1.4, and that's how much inbound for each of the stuff this one requires, and I cannot remember the recipe. And for that, I can't have that open at the same time. Well, can I at least remember what the inbounds are? Nope. I should be able to by now, right? Like that? I think so. And this one will consist of more greens and normal ones and lubricant, and that one will consist of some steel and some. I'm just gonna cut it short so I don't have to do it there. So now I just need to get the numbers. Here the numbers: 1 electric, 1 steel, 2 batteries, 3 electronics. So this is 4, and was it 1? I'm getting confused. I'm thinking of some other things now. There. That one's also 4. And then this one's going to be 7. And this one will be... let's call that 11. And there has to be negative numbers. I don't know if anyone really uses these things, but I feel that it's a good thing to add. Here, 4. And that one. This is how many I need of these, and then I'm going to divide by 1.4, and that means I need 2.7 of these. That's just going to be 3, and this one's also just 1, right? No, it's 2. Oh, okay. Well, that's going to be 5 then. -5 and -3. And how much lubricant? 10? 15. Times 15. That is 41. And this one, there. All right, Patrick. I'm so addicted to this game, it hurts. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm a noob, but watching your streams and video has helped a lot. Thanks for making them. You're welcome. I appreciate it. And where was Riyadh? There you are. That blue on black is really difficult to see. Could have rate the coordinator content. Oh yeah, that's kind of revealing here. Okay, so this one, it has to be -3, so match. And I think I have to divide by 1.4 again. Yeah, so that's 2 steel. -2? Do we think that's correct? Then afterwards I'm going to do some validation. And how am I doing this? It is 1 gear plus 2 pipes. 2 pipes, that's 2 iron. 2 1 gear is 2 divided by 1.4, right? Plus 2, 3.4. It's really low numbers. -4. Does seem weird. Weirdly low numbers here. Can't really be true, can it? 6. And these numbers should be higher than mine. Uh, why do we have so much iron plates here? Oh, because it... What? Why does it have so much iron plate? Correct. Where's this iron plate coming from? Oh, it's because it assumes that the gear wheels is going to run all out at 47 output. Yeah, okay, so that's useless. Yeah, green pipes are overproducing, way overproducing. Yes, there could be something like you can make it one place and go the other places, but that's kind of against the design principle here. Okay, so that one, the usual place is here. And what I'm going to do now is take the blueprint. I think I'll take it. Yeah, the other one I combined as well, so let's do that as well. Here. Whoop. None of the magical ones. And that will just have a little icon here. And it should be called Utility Science 22 per 5 per sec. I think that's kind of what the other one's called. Nope, it's not. It's just called. There. Yeah, cool. Color should be better now. Color? What color? Ah, okay, I'm not going to do a color because you can see the colors up here. And there are some people who are actually colorblind, so they must have a, like, colorblind people must, I don't know if they're getting more confused by my streams or they will be just go like, this guy knows his colors. Okay, so for anyone who is interested, it has now been updated. Ah, right, that one. Ah, yeah. The dark blue. Yeah, that the cerulean there, that dark blue. Oh, Timber is all off to go. Can have fun tonight. Okay, yeah, we actually wanted to wreck the mods, but probably not gonna do that if you're not around. Kind of not as fun if you're not around. Okay, so I like this. I don't like, I'll take this thing out and put it in here. So the question is, should we build some space science? That kind of feels like the most logical thing to do. Okay. That one, by the way, we have confirmed it. Well, you can always blame Vichu and Jeff for that. I probably will. All right, hold on. Maybe not for you, Timber, but for anyone who's technical, I have a bit of a technical issue where I gave advice, and yeah, I should not give advice about something I don't know anything about. So, someone I know has a laptop, and they want to use it for gaming, and they have an external mouse, jack it into a USB port. They have an external headset, jack it into the USB. Cool. Then they have an external microphone and oh no, there's only two USB ports. So so I said, hey, get a USB hub. So they got a USB hub, and now they go like, it works brilliantly, except when you have the microphone and the headset, you can't hear both of them. They don't work together, and that to me is like, it just sends flashbacks of, yeah, there's something about that. There's something about something, and probably is that, yeah, a powered USB hub. Yeah, doesn't provide enough power. Yeah. I think it could be something like that, that it doesn't provide enough power. So the question is, could you put the mouse and the something on that one? You should hub mouse and mouse. Mouse and mouse. Okay, one for each hand. There are basically there are two ports, USB ports on the laptop, and there are three things to plug in: USB, USB mouse, USB headset, USB microphone. Should tell them you know nothing and then give advice. Well, that's exactly what I did. Put headset and mic on USB hub and mic on its own. That's not what. That makes no sense. I think you headset and mouse on the hub. Yeah. Basically, don't put two things that take a lot of power on the same. We would imagine that the mic is going to take the most power, right? Because that needs even USB. This is a USB mic as well, isn't it? No, no, I have another USB. I think it also has a USB, but then you can't hear a damn thing. Even on the what's it called? That's called whatever that three-letter thing. I can't remember what it's called. A UX thing. Uh, get a powered hub. No, yeah, XLR, of course, XLR. Get a powered hub. Yeah, that's not really something you. This is a 10-year-old, so not really just like go out and buy stuff. So, if the stuff that like a small like splitter thing for USB is working fine, but yeah, no, it's not mine, not my kid, just someone I know. If it was mine, then I could just go out and buy more stuff. Um, but it's someone else, and I don't want to just. I don't want to recommend for someone just go out and buy more stuff. Okay, I bought it now. It doesn't work. Okay, buy some more expensive stuff. So, so if I found like a really cheap option of going like, okay, that should be like a USB splitter. Why does he need a headset and mic? Because he had a built-in microphone on his headset, like most like one of these shitty ones, right? Except he threw it away by accident, and then he was devastated because now he couldn't yell at all the other Fortnite kids, and so his mom bought a microphone, and now those things need to work together. And because you want to be a professional gamer, and then you want all the gear before you get the talent, that's just the way it is. Rotate hardware until it works. It should be powered USB. 3, sorry, is out of my league. Try to give back the hardware. It doesn't work for you. Yeah. I don't like the option 3 and the option 2, so I'm going to hope for option 1. There's also um, there's also the part about it could also be a setting thing, but I do feel that the mic is probably going to take the most power, and that's probably the issue. Does mom think that I'm a bad influence? No, not necessarily. But it is quite clear that those kids they obviously look up to someone who is a professional gamer. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I'll I think it makes sense that it's the microphone that needs a bit power. Okay, now let's do something else. If it's a sound setting, I have no clue how to solve it. Yeah, I think that's. I mean, I would also just test it to say, okay, so if the microphone is on the splitter, does it work? If it works, then it gets enough power. If you then plug in the other part, does it then stop working? What if you turn the other part off so it doesn't draw power? The headset does it then it doesn't draw power? Does it work? Does that work? If then it doesn't work, then my guess is it's a software thing. Microphones should need power actually. They do. USB mics need power. So anyway, that was enough on that one. We're gonna do something else, and it just sort of bothers me because I really feel that I have done this. That ain't it. That certainly ain't it. Community tech support. Yeah, that's pretty much a luxury you have. Anyway, we need to figure out how much we need for one. If we need 1,350 signs per minute, 22. Yeah. Okay. I think. Okay. We need 22.5 outbound, and that means one rocket. I'm not doing the silos because that's meh. Not really interesting right now. I want to do the base components. They should be pretty simple to do. Each rocket gives 1,000, and then I divide by 22.5. That means 1 every 44 seconds. Does that help us a lot? Not really. And each one takes... What am I doing here? What am I doing? If I launch one rocket per second, then I get 1,000 signs per second. Yeah. So if I want to know how often I need to launch, then I take my 1,000 from the rocket divided by 20.5, and then I get 1 every 44.4 seconds. That's fine. Don't care about how many entities I need, how many rocket silos, obviously 2, but I don't care about it. I'm just looking at the input. So input for each rocket that's the one we have to do first. So let's do it on this way. 22.5. Okay, let's say 22. Oh, that gets me confused. No, I'm going to do 1,000. For each rocket launch, then we can always do it later with the other numbers. I am going to need some of these, some of these, some of these, and then we need some more of these, and we need some, oops, more of these. Yeah. This is going to be minus 417. So 41. How did I get 417? 714 minus 714 minus 714 minus 100 and minus 50. That's correct, right? It cost me to send the kids USB up. Yeah, nah. That yeah, Vorodor, I appreciate it, but that's a bit much. So this one is how much we need for 1,000. That just needs to divide it by 20. Yeah, I can't do that, but I can try. I take each, divide by 22.5. That's no. Divide by 22.5. That's not working. I want to do this in-game here so we can kind of see it. So the first thing, for each input, I multiply by 10, and then I divide by 225. That should be the same as dividing by 25. And what do we have here? We have 44, 31, 33, and 36. Why do I get like completely the different numbers than you? Like basically twice as much. No, kind of. What am I doing wrong? Oh, right, of course. Now it's going to display 100 off. 160, 172, and 183. Yeah. Yeah. I was dividing by the seconds, and I would get like what I would get every 44.4 seconds. That's not what I wanted. And that one's probably going to be fine. Alright, so we can multiply by 1,000 and then divide by 4, and 4, and then I get closer. Nope. I'm going to get the same because the rounding is, of course, the same. Never mind. So this one will be 23, and then I'll get 160. And there. And the other one is what? 183. Okay, so then we have the numbers we were looking for. Boop. Good. Delete all traces of it. And we start with a build. LDS. Good. Alright, Russ Patterson, thank you for your assistance. What am I going to do now if I don't have you to help me do that? Let's have a look. And I need this to get to 18.3 per second. So let's just have a look. There. Nope. Oh, that's a fun one. Do you have a lot of games or something? Why do you need... What? What? Okay, that was not for me. Yours. So, maybe not. So I need 60. And, oh, I didn't really take a look at that. 60. What are the inputs? That's bad. That is so bad. Oh, this, I remember this. This is slightly too much. But it doesn't matter because I'm gonna make 4 lanes of 15. If I take 15, yeah, it's more than half a belt. Ah, this is a disaster. And this is more as well. Yeah, so the obvious thing is you make rows of 15. But I have to make rows of 14 because otherwise I can't make it. And 14 is just not enough. Is the rocket alone or for yellow too? That's the good question, right? That's the good question because this one should actually be for yellow as well. But I think that if I do... What? Oh, did this not get there or what? Try again. Okay, that was just incorrect. There, 48. All right, much nicer number. I had forgotten this one. Or missed it or whatever the hell that happened. Good. Oh, much nicer numbers. Cool. So I'm going to scale it down. until it becomes just below 90 for 16 and 22. Yep, let's try that. I'm kind of leaning towards a different approach for this. 14, 15, 16. Oh, there. Close. I remember doing this before. And here we are. No, we're not. Really? So that's if I make this only for the rocket part, then I'd have to make another location for the utility side, which doesn't really make sense. If I'm just making it as a generic outpost thing, if that's the case, then I should make it towards either balanced output or balanced input. Balanced input is really easy because it's going to be 2 full lanes of copper and half a lane of plastic, and then the other half lane. So I think it's better for me to do it sort of this part. But don't I also have, if it was 48 in total, then this is exactly what I need. Okay, yep, let's do that. Okay, we'll do this. There. Pretty straightforward. And on the outbound side, it's going to be this one. Do we think that's enough? What does each one take? It might be two. That's definitely not. Okay, I don't want to mix, so we do this one. That should be it. And then all I need is figuring out where these can be placed. That is the best location. Here, and then at that location. That might actually be the only location I can't have it. But damn, it would be sweet if I could do this. Because that would be the absolute optimal way. Damn. Check out the game Dyson Sphere program if you haven't. Yes, I will. I'm actually waiting for their PR company to revert to me. But that's just not really happening, I guess. That's such a shame that we can't do it sort of the optimal way. If it's just, what if it's one down? Then this one can be where it is. This one, oh, that's actually okay. Yeah, that's fine. And that's on Dyson Sphere is on the agenda for next Thursday. So actually, our new Factorio series will take a bit of a break there. Should we also take this one out? Doesn't need to, but then it's the optimal length. Yeah. As I said, this is probably not going to be the most difficult designs. Few inputs and outputs. But you know, it still poses a bit of a challenge here. That one. And I am going to remember this part. Oh. Oops. There, that's how it was, right? Yes, that's 8. Alright, currently I'm playing Factorio 2. Notice that you had blueprints, but they're gone with a message that they need to be updated. Just wondering if you plan to update them. I have blueprints? I don't release blueprints for modded series or for my Let's Plays. Just don't bother, because exactly for that reason. That, oh, they're not updated and all that stuff. So, if you have some and they work, that's great. If you have some and they don't work, well, too bad. There. Dyson has a climate change denier. What? Dyson has a climate change. What do you mean? Oh, the company. Oh. That has nothing to do with each other. It's definitely not named after it. It's named after a Dyson sphere, which is a research thing. It's the definition of sort of the tiers of civilization, where the different tiers are when a civilization can harness all the energy from the planet they live on. That's like tier 1, and when they can harness all the energy from their solar system, that's tier 2, and then they can harvest all the energy from their galaxy, then that's tier 3. And tier 2 is the thing you need is a Dyson sphere that encapsulates the sun and just basically gets a lot of solar panels all around it. That's kind of shit. Yeah, but yes, but the Dyson sphere is the thing that you need to build it. I know it's not I couldn't remember that what his name is, but the Dyson sphere is, that's a lot of solar panels. Yes. What's with your right arm? Nothing. Just what is it? No, that one. There. I want the plastic on the inside because plastic is faster. And we built. Oops. Build a few of these. 3. And merge them together. Here. And we break that one. So this is where this one is even more useful, because now we're not getting any, they have a long crafting time and they are just not always working, and maybe something, and we need to see this as being, what is the 18.4, so we should see 104, 100 and, what should we see? 18.5, 185 should be there, 184, 185, and we don't. Not really close yet. So maybe there's some gap here. Is something not working? They all look green, so they all should be working all the time. And there we go. 184, 180, 181, 184, 184, 506, sometimes 187. So that's just the alternating. I would call this to be correct. And but you started Factorio 2 series. So far, I spent more time in sandbox mode upgrading his vanilla blueprint than the game itself. I still think it's worth the time. Yeah, I chose not to do that. I didn't really like that idea of it. Right, so this is one thing. That's all we need for only for this part. And you can also just say that this is a modular build in and of itself. I am going to get a blueprint like that. No entities, please. Only tiles. Maybe some entities, but not really. And then tiles. I love this blueprinting from the map. It's so nice. There. It's careful. There. And there. There we go. So now we should have a bit more space for us to build. Get these down here. Oh no, my city blocks are missing lights. Yep. And even the fast robots are still slow. Yellow is a stumbling block? What? Huh? Okay, so this one's done. And then the next one is going to be... Did we get... Was it a break warning? Yeah, a break warning. Okay, we're going to do a short little break and then we'll be back. There is certainly a difference in terms of activity from these kind of streams and sort of the Factorio streams. Is blueprint from the map view now a vanilla thing? Yes, it's a vanilla thing. It's best been since 1.0. Okay, so short break, then we'll be back and we'll do the designs for the rocket controls and loaded? No, rocket fuel. Yes, we'll do that. All right, I'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Don't go away. All right, back again. Okay, let's see. Hello, Chris. Welcome. And let's see. So low density struct. No, rocket control units. 160. I think it's actually slightly more than 160. So we'll see. There. And it should also be pretty straightforward like that. Here. Yeah, see, it didn't stick. When I do that, it doesn't work. That's the problem we had before. Okay. So I need to get this above 16.1. I think that's correct. And I forgot to see how many it was. It just scrolled. 16. 63. What an awful number. What an awful number. Hold on. Oh, right. That's because these are crafting speed 30 and the other ones are crafting speed 20. That's what was changed. These are now load and structures are crafting speed 20 now, so that's why they are slightly different. Cool. 64. Yeah, since these rows are 16, then it really makes sense to do 16 times 4, right? $18. Come on. Ah, come on. Those commands, I'm just hitting random keys here. 16. And there, and then I'll try this part. That is completely weird material. Weird numbers I get. Oh, right, it's one more time. One more time. $16.4. Okay, we have another issue. This thing is not done because it also needs down here speed modules. Although they can't be, yeah, then they can't be speed moduled themselves. There we go. 60 assemblers with, that's not even enough. That's not close to enough. So I might have to do 12 and then see. Okay, so, oops. How many do I need? We'll try something like this and then take a look. That is an overproduction of this. I'll take one of these out and try again. That's at the smallest of underproduction you could imagine. Is that okay to have this kind of underproduction? I think so. 0.017. That's definitely enough. That's okay. And that's 14, 14, and that one. Okay, so these ones are out. And this is now what we want to do. So I am definitely just going, this is red and green. This is the other one. Super simple. Blue on the inside. And red and green here. And no. Sorry. That's here. I like to be consistent. So this comes in on this side. This is the outbound. And that's the outbound. Boom, 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 boom. Right, that's it, right? Can you copy from an assembler to an infinite provider? Nope, don't think so. Because it wouldn't know what to do. No blues on site? Nope, never do blues on site. Blues are used for several different things. Well, they're used for 2 things, so I wouldn't never do it. I would bring blue in from the network. Always. That's pretty simple. And the only thing we need is now figuring out here. Get that one. Yep. And some lights. If I take the... no, I'm not. Okay. Blues into things, never on site. What about engines? Engines only used for one thing. I know what you're getting at, but they're only used for one thing. Because the reason is that blues are also used back in the good old hub for modules. So you're going to need blues and vast quantities anyway, beyond what you need here. So you need a dedicated blue circuit production to bring it in, but you're not going to need engines in vast quantities. And if you say robots, then no, you need to create the 10,000 robots and then be done with it, and then don't do anything more. Is this a third-party mod or some in-game sandbox thing? It's a bit of combination. Well, this should be fine, right? We're going to wait for all of it to be active. It should be active, and there should only be very, very slight small blinks up there for the last ones. Let's look at the theoretical output at least. (16.4) and I need a 16.1, so I'm pretty happy about this. And let's see if it actually produces 16.4. It definitely doesn't produce 16.4 yet. It needs to hover around 16. It should not really go ever display 150 something. Well, then make 10,000 more, but you're not going to be producing things at the quantities you need. You don't have a continuous demand for robots. It's a fixed cost. Like assemblers. You need a certain number of assemblers, but you don't need because you're not consuming them. So all right, yet due to your module deficit, your thread maximum is 16.34. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, it's also fluctuating a lot because it's running on a 30-second cycle, so just the variation and the output means that even with monitoring 100 belts, it is going to fluctuate a bit. I think if I look at it, it's fluctuate. Okay, now there was a 167 once around. Now it looks good, right? It looks like it's rarely going down to 159, and it sometimes goes up to 167. So I think that looks like it's hovering around the right number. So I'm happy. Done. Next. So the next one is going to be slightly more complicated. That's why we saved it to the last. But since we don't run it forever, even science is fixed cost. No, no, no. Talk about from an accounting perspective. Then you get it. If you're looking at it from an accounting perspective, then what is a fixed cost and what's a variable cost? Always need more assemblers. No, actually not. It's because you can build your factory and you can run for 1,000 hours, but you're not going to use any more assemblers. Hence, it's a fixed cost. Did you figure the cost of the satellite too? Yes, I did. We did that up here that I deleted, but yes, we did. Which is not impacted by this one. Sun run as long as you want. Assemblers and robots, as long as you need them. You build something, and then at that point you can let the base run, and you will never be consuming more assemblers, inserters, yellow inserters. We'll consume those, but not blues or greens or anything. Okay, anyway, the target number for this one is 171 or 17.1. So I start GeForce Experience. Damn it. 17.1. There. 67 is a bad number. Yeah. And what I need is to figure out. Okay, so if I do this one, 60. I just really like having this with 16, and this is 16, and the other one is 16, and that's just nice. So I'm just checking to see what if I'm just forcing this one a bit. This makes very, very little difference. And I'll see what we're at now. 16 point something. It's not good enough. Oops. There. 17.4. Okay. What about if I take this out? 17.2. Okay, so that's definitely an option. There we go. Okay, so this is the overall scale of it. However, if I look at this one, I'm going to need 30.75 of this. And that's when things get weird or interesting or whatever they're going to be. All right, BGOP, thank you for joining. There. And I'm going to need some And then the question is, oh man. Are we going to make exclusively this one? Or are we also going to make some of the other one? So that we have something that balances. And if so, what rate would it be? It would be at a ratio of consuming 1001 of these and consuming 800, well, 1000 of this and 800 petroleum. If we can consume that, it'll be a balanced build compared to our earlier build of something up here. Ta-da, this one. That build. If I put in, so basically the ratio is 5:4 consume wise. If I do a ratio of 5:4 consume wise, then I should be able to manage it. That will be the optimal amount you can get out by converting the heavy oil to light oil, and then converting the light oil into solid fuel, and then the residual petroleum into light oil. No, not into light oil, in the residual petroleum into solid fuel as well. I usually go for light only. Yeah, I think that's also correct, because I don't know. I don't think that's correct actually. If you're thinking megabase wise, are you transporting only light oil in? And that means from your oil production facility, you don't know. I'm more concerning of, like, we have the giant build area thing, and you have an oil well here. So you take the oil, you transport it to an oil refinery, and then you output you output lubricant, light oil, and petroleum to the network, and then based on demand you will change the ratio. And if you're only using it for science, then you will consume more petroleum, and we will need to crack some from light to petroleum. That's good, but I'm just thinking that there's also the argument that if you tap a new oil well, in order to make, you say, here's an oil well, I want this oil well to go into my rocket fuel production. If you do that, you have to deal with the petroleum, because you can't vent it, so you have to use the petroleum. Right, if you, like, think how easy it actually is if you go in, if we say we have this build, and we have a train network. I find a nice oil deposit out there, I go like, perfect, this is where I'm going to make my rocket fuel. I stamp down 30 oil wells, beacons around, modules in, awesome, ferry it in, I put the blueprint I put 1, 2, 3 of those, good, that's 3,000 oil coming in, and out goes all the other things, and then I go like, fuck, now I have to deal with the petroleum. I have to create a demand for the petroleum somewhere else in the network, instead of just saying, whatever this site is producing, there's not going to generate any trains. It's not the only trains that will be generated are the trains coming to pick up rocket fuel, because oil can be made directly into rocket fuel, and suddenly your suggestion is, or not saying your, because there are more people, right? Then I'd have to make an oil site, oil refining, put the oils into the network. You kind of have to do that anyway, because where you need lubricant, right? Someone can go into solid fuel, so I know, but this is my question is, should I do that or not? That is the entirety of the question. I like the idea of maybe 2 options. We'll try to make one that's dedicated and saying this gets light oil in, and another one that says this gets more of a ratio. Let's try that if we bother with it. Let's see. Oh, that's one hell of a deficit. Yeah, okay, so this cannot be fitting. This is going to be too big. So we need smaller things. I found out that I needed 63 of this. No, 67. 67. What can we divide 67 with? Nothing really? No? 66? 22? 11? Maybe 11? But 68 is better. 68, that's going to be 34. That's going to be 17. 17 is too much. Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem with the prime. I think we're going to do 11. Although 12 is always better than 11. There. Alright, let's do it in another way. Let's take it this way and say, I need 20.17. This one. You need to go up to 20.17. That one, that's only 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Confirm. Slight increase. Perfect. And this is 11. Alright, good night. I'm sending help. What if we do this? Still a surplus. That's good. And that is how many is this? This is 11. So 22, 44, 66. But it has a surplus here, and that's where that's enough. Okay. So this is good. This is enough for our build, and there's a very small surplus here. That's good. And now we just need to put in the rest. Okay, that was easy. How do we do this? I think the answer is just like that. There's no reason not to do this way. Oh, come on. That should have been flipped. Oh, I was looking forward to flipping it. That's it. Interesting thing is that, yeah, you actually need to do this because this one just moved closer. There is no reason not to move it closer when there's nothing blocking it. So from here, here, input, output, output, input. Yeah, and that will be rocket fuel out. Seems rather simple. Now we need power. And that could be there. And it could be there. Nope, definitely not there. Let's see what's the last one. Okay, so we need 4 anyway, so I might as well just... Oh, it has to be overlapping because otherwise there's no room. They can each sacrifice 1, but they can't sacrifice more than 1, so that's probably the best location there. And maybe there, and maybe here. Good. Something like this. Got it. Oops. Here. Some lights. Yeah, it's kind of crowded up here. Also kind of crowded there. That's fine. And let's just see that it works, I guess. The only thing that happens is some, I was about to say crude oil in here, but that's not even it. Okay. Alright, hello Tollman. I appear to have missed the start of the goodness. Yeah, but that's not a problem. I don't think you've missed much. And you're certainly not the only one who's missed something there. Okay, so let's copy this into the other ones and take those out because they need to be now a bit closer system. That's 1 too many. It's 2 too many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. How do we do this? Yeah. And my blueprint. Oh no, he's building on the path. No. So let's see. What is the desired optimal outcome for this? It is 17.2, and I don't think it was not constrained or anything, so it should be able to deliver exactly what I need. And this one takes 1,000 and a bit. Exactly? 17.3. So let's see, that means 172 or hovering around 172 should be good. You want to keep it on one side of the belt? Yeah, if it's not constrained more than when. Oh, actually, that's a good point. I probably want to do this one instead. Don't think there's any reason not to. There. This is going to be less than a belt. If it was exactly a belt, I wouldn't do this because I'd need sort of more streams to merge in equally. But this is less than a belt. That means everything can go out on one side anyway. It's not going to be a problem. And let's see if now that's probably starting to stabilize again. Yeah, it's hovering around 172, 173. You talked about petrol light in ratio. You have 7 times 6 production for solid. 7 times 6 for solid. 36 buildings could do a 5 to 4 ratio, leaving you with Oh, right. Okay, 7 times 6. Leaving you with 6% guard ratio. Yeah. But if I wanted to do it at ratio, I would basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A 4-to-3 ratio. Which one would be off with that? That would be 75%. That means I'm not consuming all of the light oil. So it would be basically one more on top of this, but having 3 of them with light oil and 3 of them with heavy oil. 3 of them with light oil and 3 of them with, sorry, 4 with light oil, 4 with petroleum. That would be good enough. And it should be super easy to make, actually. I think we'll just make it right now. Just, nope, it's actually not. Yeah, it's almost super easy. But this one needs to go out 1 tile. That means this one can be different here. And
Our illustrious
hey, Jeff.
champion returns. Welcome home.
Good to see you. That one. Yep. And I think these will now be this one. Whoop. Hey, look at me using that feature. 2, 3, 4. That one. And oh, they are also different numbers though. Yeah. Actually, that's not necessarily correct. Because it uses way more. Okay. Crap. It's not as simple as I thought. I need some combination of light oil plus petroleum. And they need to be at 5-to-4 ratio. And the output needs to be, what is in this case, 20.17 or something. 20.58, yeah. Did yellow signs, I assume you tried to make this standalone LDS build and were just sad about ratios. No. Here's a build. Okay, this is the yellow signs. No. LDS comes externally. That's just the way it is. I think it's very nice and compact and tight and working and really cool. There's some nice little tricks here, like cutting around corners here to get things on the right side of the belt. And yeah, some other things, reusing belts. It's good stuff. And then we started going into the other science, which is for the rocket fuel, rockets science. Then this is what we need to launch a rocket per minute things. But I don't want to make LDS as part of this. This makes no sense to me by my twisted logic. And St. Cabbage, good to see you. Yeah. All right. So that's the 5-to-4 ratio I'm chasing now. How do I do that most efficiently? First, I need to figure out the actual recipes, or how many of each I want. Here. This is not a 5-to-4, and it's also producing too much. So if I take one of these out, closer to a 5-to-4, and it's almost producing enough. Oh, this is not gonna work though. It's not gonna work because even if the total is correct, then the fact that they're not making them, yeah. Ah, man. See, the ratio, if the ratio is not exact, then it's just going to be messed up. No, it's not. If the ratio is not exact, it has to be slightly in favor of more petroleum because you can convert light oil to petroleum, but you can't convert it the other way around. So if you use more, if the build needs more than the 5 petroleum for each 4, no, sorry, if it needs more than 5 light oil for each 4 petroleum, then you end up getting stuck because all the belts or all the pipes are full of petroleum. So it has to be slightly. This is also, if you look at the ratios, 113 divided by 91 is ah, it's pretty damn close to 80%. I did have it. I was like looking at it and go like, yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Hmm. Maybe you could design a standalone coal plus water to rocket fuel. Yes, I could. I could, but I don't think I want to. Need some carpal tunnel sleeves. My hands hurt all the time. Hmm. No, it's called rate calculator. This one. Sorry to hear that, Tin Cabbage. Mine. When I played. Oh. You know what? Maybe us old people are sort of the same because when I played a lot of Demon Souls or Sekiro, my wrist started hurting, and I know afterwards I knew why. It was wow. Can you see how you can't see how dusty it is? But that's just a testament to how few games there are for the PS5. Damn. I need more. Yeah, so I have 2 stiff claws from typing 20 hours a day for decades. Well, for me, it's the grip that when you're running, you just hold the stick all the time, and even worse in games like God of War, where you have to hold down R2, R3 to run. Then it gets super annoying. Okay, this one should actually help our ratio ever so slightly. That's it. This is perfect. I'm gonna call it perfect, and then that's just gonna have to accept that it is perfect. That is so weird that there's only 2 of those. Hold on, couldn't I just do that one and then... Sure. Ha! Cool. And we're back to this one again. Yeah. That, I think, is pretty damn good, except for that one. Ratio. There's a slight overproduction, but that's super important because that means it could be self-balancing. And this ratio here should be slightly over 80%. If we do 96 divided by 134.3, that's not good. That's one too many. What the hell happened? What happened? How was it good before and then suddenly it went complete to shit? I was happy. And then Jeff joined. Psh. I heard that investments in wrist rest, split keyboard, tray chair, blah blah blah, are the thing for dealing with wrist pain. Yeah, I've also found that standing up helps a lot. Maybe answer why do you not build 12 beacon builds in your masterclass? Because 12 beacon builds use twice as many beacons and uses 20% less assemblers. I don't think that's a good deal. Yeah. So, and the space is also the part that it becomes really boring. There are also a lot of things you can't do. You can't do these kind of builds. Okay, maybe not this, but some of them too. Could not be a problem with 8 beacons if you move it one tile down to get 6 beacons. Well, that's just making it worse deliberately. There would be no point in doing that. So somehow this delivers the right number, but the ratio is incorrect. What about now? Now it's way over. I don't know what happened there. That's so weird. I have no idea how that happened. Oh. There. Way overdone. Way overdone. How did this one mess up so much? How did I completely botch this? This looks good. Like, what's the... This is what I wanted. What did I miss? This is where I was happy. This made me happy. And then I cut this out and put this here, and then I stopped being happy. I'll try again. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 plus 5. This is making me happy, right? This, I don't know what happened. Doesn't the rocket fuel assemblers need to account for the 1K tool? Yeah, that's a good point. But it actually takes almost nothing, the rocket fuel. But that's a good point. 96 divided by 113.8. That is slightly above. And if I now take the whole thing in. That's the part. Okay, so that's Cyclops. So it actually does take, of course, just takes a bit, like 2 for each or something. Which means I need one more of these, and then the ratio gets off again. Yes. But this is okay. This is okay. It has enough, and if I calculate 126 divided by 134, okay, great. That's not divided by, but okay, let's try that. 94. So it is overproducing this one. I can still, as long as the total number is still above, as long as it's still green here, then I can keep knocking out modules. Now it's a deficit. So that was just a step too far. Good. So there's a positive here, and this ratio gets closer to what is now 106.5 divided by 134.3. Ah, now it's actually not enough, and I think that means I have to do this because I must make sure that this part has a slight edge. Is you sure you'll be able to consume all the petroleum since it's before in the build? Yeah, that's actually a big problem. That's a great big problem, actually. Damn it. That is exactly the way I want to. Good point. Good point. Good point. That's where how I want to balance it. Great, great thinking. Maybe you didn't mention it mid one of this, but that's exactly how I want to balance it. So now I have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, and I am going to take these three and make them that, because that means it's only filling up the excess on the belt. Brilliant. No. Okay, do we like this? You may be able to run petroleum pipes in line with the right side. The only point of doing that would be in order to move this one closer. Using one petroleum pipe. Yep, absolutely. Thank you. And if it's about reversing these, then I can't see that being the case. How would I put it in here? Even if I took this out, I can't do that. Can I? Maybe. Then it's ruining this part as well. Let's just try. It would have to be these two and that one. Yeah, I could potentially. That's not a problem. This one, that'll be fixed. And output there and these two. Yeah. No. We'll just try this. Shouldn't this work? Yeah, that works. Ha! Nice. I like that. Good suggestion, Jeff. And we'll redo all of the power afterwards. Don't need the pair of virtual undergrounds. That's true. Just okay. So that's good, and this one just bypasses these, and I'll figure out where this one can go. It could go in here. Yeah, that's looking much nicer. Petroleum. good. There. Now I need to figure out about the power poles. So they could be... That's a good location. That's not a good location. That one is the best one I can do. Otherwise, we start getting in trouble here. Nope, not gonna work there. Okay, so what if I take... Yeah, there's no room further up than... This is the highest location I could make it. There. And that would be that one, which is again... That one could work if I take this out. Right? Right? Ugh. That one. Probably shouldn't be replacing it all the time, but instead just figure out if it works before. And then it's going to be 2 more. You can go back. Oops. Here. That one. And so close. So close. But no. Doesn't matter. The grand scheme of things. You want to consume something from light oil or petroleum first? From light oil first. Because I have an excess of petroleum. Petroleum is self-balancing. You can always take the light oil and convert it into petroleum, but you can't take petroleum and convert it into light oil. So if I start by consuming the light oil, no, start by consuming the petroleum, then it might draw more, and therefore it starts converting the light oil into petroleum to keep up, and therefore I'm being less effective, and then I'm going to use more oil to produce the same. So I want to make sure that I use all of the light oil first, and then whatever residual petroleum, because the petroleum is still going to be enough. Yes. That's the plan. I think there are way too many things here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There. And there's no room at all here. Nothing at all for lights. No, that's so bad. Too bad. And I can't even put it here because that's going to be out of... No! No! The horror! The horror! It doesn't work. No! This power pole is... Put a burner inserter. It could be a burner inserter. Ah, oh, crap. Yeah, this one... Yeah, it can't be further down. Well, it can, but it just needs... This one just needs to go 1 down. Instead of being here, then being here. Changes nothing. It only changes the fact that this one can now be built. There. Uh-huh. And now I moved it further down, so it could be over to this one. Hey, it works. Good. That one's probably important. Since it's missing the bottom 2 beacons. Yeah, I know. It was a bad joke. Burns on light between the underground pipes. Let's see. We can actually, yep, the lights. That one. Yes, that's close enough. Cool. Do we think it works? We're gonna measure it, but I think I'll measure it when I think it works fully. So it's gonna be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Boom. And blueprint there. About the break. It's coming. I'm gonna take a break and then let this one be here. The target is 172 is actually the target, I think. Why is this one not one? Yeah, 172. Alright, so this one should be 172. I think. Maybe. Yeah, 172. Okay, short break, and then we'll be back. See you in 2 minutes. Alright, welcome back for the last hour today. And for anyone who does not know, then we are starting a new Let's Play on Sunday. And the power post did not connect. True. Numbers, it doesn't look correct though. Doesn't matter. We'll need to kill them anyway. Oh, I sure hope that us starting a new series will be generate some interest again. There.
Our modest fellowship expands.
There.
Praise the sub.
There. Hey. 2ups rock. Thank you for the Twitch, for the subscription. Level 1 subscription. Thank you very much and welcome. Why do I not use Nixitubes mod? Because I don't. It's super heavy on performance. So getting used to it is bad because it's super heavy on performance. Did we get enough lights? 1, 1, 1, 1. That's probably better. Really shouldn't be doing this. There we go. Okay, so let me see if it stabilizes around the number that I'd like to see. Let's look at the theoretical. Theoretical is 17.2? 17.29, yes, it's the same. And we do have enough of this, and we have some kind of consumption here, which I guess is good enough. There we go.
A kind
Interest
gesture.
generated. Thank you for the 200 bits. Posted a different take in blueprints that sneakily uses belt siding to prioritize. Huh? Blueprints. Scroll, 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 scroll. Error. This is private or pending moderation. Yep, doesn't work. The blueprint you posted, not a blueprint. It's, Pastebin is blocking it. Thank you, Notorious. That's actually, but that's not actually what I was thinking about. It's the fact that I don't understand why speedruns are the only thing that's interesting for Factorio, and I just don't understand it, and it's super annoying, and it has to change because I'm not gonna do speedruns, but it seems speedruns are the only thing that has any interest anymore in Factorio. Um, and that's to me is like uh, that's the sign of a dying game with the only thing that's left is speedrunning. Yeah. So I watched all your YouTube series. I appreciate it. I think a lot of people have, but most of it twice. Nice. Um, yeah, but it's just if you look at sort of like Dark Souls, for example, the only people who play Dark Souls are speedrunners or people who've missed the boat the first time or something like that, right? Um, I had one Shadow Motor. Okay. Personally, I'm interested in the Deathworm speedrun, but not so much the other ones. Yeah, I can also see that Deathworm speedrun is definitely no hit runners. Oh, that I find that fascinating. Um, someone when I play a Soulsborne or a Souls game and I just struggle, and then I see someone who is no hit, and then of course some of it is abusive, but then there are also fights that they're just straight up godly reflexes and just know exactly when to parry. It's just like balancing a whole entire run. What's a blood run? No hit run. Bloodborne no hit run, and the including the DLC and the second to last boss, the clock tower, the girl in the clock tower. You can't cheese that fight. So you just gotta get your parry timing right, and this is the second to last boss, and you're just gonna go in there and go like, all right, parry, yeah, got it, woohoo. Yeah, speedrunning is maybe so. Blast. The point is that I'm actually just doing more of just chatting with Factorio in the background, so speedrunning doesn't work. With all Souls game in a single no hit, one hit start over. Yeah, no. Was it this? Was it this? Distortion? I think it was distortion, wasn't it? Or was it hobo something? And there was also a guy who, on the very last fight of Dark Souls 3, lost and had to start over. That's incredible. But I mean, I can see the point that if you if you play that yourself, it's super frustrating. But if you play it as a stream, then I can see that it's less frustrating because you can see your failed attempts are also going to generate like interest and live stream fails and funny moments and that kind of thing. And then you go like, well, okay, well, then I also have content for tomorrow because I didn't complete the run. um, yeah, I'd love to, and I'm seriously after I did my no death Sekiro run, I really got a taste for playing the no death. It's such a different experience because once you sort of go I went a few bosses in and I went like, all right, this is pretty smooth, and I was like, all right, fuck it, I'm not gonna die in this series. And then I had a separate series that I played on my own. So when I was recording for Sekiro, I was playing it myself so that I could get some practice. And then when I had the practice, I went down to record, and it was like, all right, this is it. Come on. and I don't think there were any of the fights that were sort of really close. So so of course I did like a lot of tries, and those tries were sort of specifically going like, okay, this how can I parry this thing? And then you try it again, and you die. And okay, why am I how okay? So I can I jump it? Okay, and then you try and figure out. It's like, oh, right. If I use the umbrella on this attack, then I get an opening. Awesome, and then you can go. So that's But after seeing a few in speedrun, they're all the same and take too long to provide constant changing content. Yeah, I mean that's exactly. I can't see in a Factorio speedrun how. Um, okay, so you leap over under. Okay, clever, good point. And how does that? Yeah, I don't think I can do it with the piping. Did you? Yeah, so the idea here is to take this one rolling backwards and then this one rolling that way, merge it in and go under. Yeah. I actually like this. So, yeah, I don't think so. Don't think so. Yeah, the thing is like if it um in a Factorio speedrun, I think it's super impressive, don't get me wrong. And I can also sit down and watch a speedrun, but that's it, one. Because the next one is going to look exactly the same. And I can't tell if it's 1 minute and 45 minutes or it's 1 minute and 44 minutes and 20 seconds. I can't see the difference there. Of course, there's going to be differences every time, but they've the Anti and Nephrons are really they've mastered it by now, so they shouldn't be making many mistakes. Anyway, I think that we've done these things right. The only thing we could do was doing the rocket tile, but honestly, that's kind of boring. It's coming from bottom. If light oil ran low, it will be used to create solid fuel instead of rocket fuel, and petroleum will not be used. Since the light oil is coming in from bottom, if light oil ran low, it will be used to create solid fuel instead of rocket fuel. Yes, that is correct. Then it creates rocket fuel and blocks the petroleum from outputting, so petroleum is not going to be output. It's been consumed. It'll fill up this belt with solid fuel and backup. No more petroleum being consumed, and backup here. No more light oil being consumed. The light oil will then subsequently flow and start consuming. The belt will start moving, and the first thing that will be consumed again will be the light oil. So it'll self-balance on the light oil. If too much light oil is being used to make solid fuel, the solid fuel will stop, and the other one will pick up. And it's of course going to be a subtle thing, and it means that it will never be all of this stops and then the other thing starts. It'll never be like that. But what it will be is that maybe the last bits out here are not really getting enough, which they actually will be. If they're not getting enough, then I am consuming less petroleum instead of consuming less light oil. Is that good or bad? I don't know. Yeah. Streaming friend was playing DS1 blind and didn't want tips from viewers. He got into Blyton, aggroed 2 trolls, killed the first and saw it drop loot. I told him the trolls dropped good shit. He minded not to give him tips, but he was so excited to see what dropped. He rushed in and looted dung pile. Yes. Never played Dark Souls 1. Never played any of the Dark Souls for someone. See you and chat there are, as opposed to the audience watching someone just play the game. Thank you, Notonius. I am honestly, what's games like Doom Eternal speedruns were so quick enough that you could see the improvement per run. Oh yeah, I mean, Doom Eternal, when watching Draco play, it's unbelievable. But it also a bit of headache inducing. But that is just, I learned so much, and I would not have been able to complete it on Ultraviolence without watching the way that he changes weapons, like, and people hate the Marauder, but Marauders are a piece of cake. Piece of cake. Easy peasy. Even two of them. That was not actually a problem. Oh, we have things here. Yeah. 20 petroleum, gas versus 20 light oil. So even with productivity crack, yeah. You hate the Marauder? No, actually not. I don't. I think it's like it's of course one of the more difficult, but the one I hate is the and the arch vial is of course the worst one. But no, really, consume less petroleum, consumes more light oil, produce less rocket fuel, so petroleum must go first. I don't agree, because if petroleum goes first, then it'll draw the petroleum. The petroleum will run out in the refinery. Yeah, you're right. You're right. This is why we have these conversations. Because my logic, just to explain my logic, how it was flawed, the flaw was that if this one runs empty, then it will start consuming more. But the way I've done it is this: the only thing that determines whether you're converting light oil to petroleum is the amount of light oil in storage, not the amount of petroleum. So the light oil has to be pulled. You're right. You are right. It's. I was kind of going back and forth, but now I think I got it. So it has to be light oil first. I don't think anyone will ever use this blueprint, but whatever. Especially because it's not the right one. Should I try to figure out what it is that Jeff wanted us to do? How the hell did you want us to do that? That's not how it works. This is inbound, and what is this one doing? Oh, this is going that way. Okay, so this is just to get it in on the inside, and then it goes back. Okay, so you're putting it in on this side. If you do it this way, then okay, so in this case, it's prioritizing the light oil first, because the light oil is on the inside of the belt. Okay, this is just, I can't do it. It's upside down for me. There we go. So what we're seeing now, it's kind of hard to see, but if I get this one stuck for a bit, and then as we open it, yeah, you can see here, it prioritizes the consumption from, come on, do it. Come on, yeah, that one, right? Because that's just the way it merges in here. There you go. I went back in time to use the belt. Why is it back in time? Yeah, we need loaders, absolutely. Yeah, okay. I think this is a typical Jeff S build. It seems needlessly complicated. What did we agree that we wanted to consume first? We wanted to consume the petroleum first. That means the petroleum has to be on the outside. That means this one is not correct. Why is this one not even working now? Huh. What? Oh, because I started reversing the belts. Yeah. Okay, let's kill all of this. And then get 1, 2, 3, 3. There. No. Okay, now I am honestly happy that we have this function. Bloop. Not that it really matters, but still. Mm-hmm. So this is the same. This is prioritizing the petroleum first. That means we exhaust all the petroleum we have. And once that's used and we just burn it out, then we will have, we'll consume whatever light oil will fill up. Yeah, I think this is better, right? Yeah, but the thing is, like, I know it can be edited, but this one does the same in a simpler way, right? This prioritizes petroleum before light oil, and I think we agreed that was best. Yeah, and that's what we want. And now my question is, do I still need this? Yeah, I do. And this. Okay, so the only thing we actually changed was the lower part here. Still a good idea, and that it's one of those ideas that you just put them in your toolbox and then you can get it for some other time. Okay, that's a huge positive net rate here. That's crazy. How did? Huh? Is that 1, 2, 3? Yeah. Yeah. So it'll consume all the petroleum we have. Actually, let's have a look at this in a different way. Let's consume it 800 plus 700. You know what we're gonna do? We have the blueprint. We have the technology. Keep going up. We're just gonna take it, and I don't have it as a blueprint anymore because, oops, I don't really want to take this one out. Damn, I've made a lot of masterclass videos by now. Yeah. Nope. And nope. Okay. Relax. Yeah. And actually, don't want that one. Huh? Oh. Oh, okay. It just split. Well, there are 3 more, right? Maybe more. What? Yeah. Do you do satellites yet? Kind of, but it's kind of boring. Okay, so now I'm gonna look at this. We don't have, the only thing we have inbound is the raw materials. So with the raw materials coming in, and this one should then self-balance. Let's see. So this one is running out. Should be expected. So this one is now starved. It's still pumping at 900 per second, and this one is pumping at more fluctuating. Okay, let's look at this. Is everything working? Yeah, everything is working. So it's not like, okay, this is full. This is, it's keeping up. Don't need more pumps? No, I don't think so. That's what I tested. Of course, the pressure will fall, but as long as there is pressure here, it should be fine. This one is also getting it all the way. You can see the pressure is lower, but that's okay. If I start putting like extra ones in here, then it just becomes a bit weird, I think. I could do something like that one, for example, just to make sure that the pressure is increased over here, but then it might be starving these ones, and that's the weird part. This one will then have higher pressure. And it's also more logical that if it's starved, that it's the one furthest away that's starved instead of something in the middle. But nothing is starved here. This one is and should be. Right? Now at this point this one is turned off. So I don't want to see, yeah, okay, I don't see anything here. So this one, that does seem to be a problem here. What I'd like to see is that it actually would be hovering around. This one definitely should not be full. This one should be emptying. And is it emptying or is it filling up? This one is filling up. Okay, that's good. So when this one reaches, it's 13. Oh, there we go. This one just switched on. No, it didn't switch on. It switches on at 20. Okay, let's keep an eye on if this one switches on. Okay, so this one goes up to 16. This is what I expected. I expect this one to go up. And then when it'll start, just do a short burst of conversion, and then it'll drop down again. We should see that. There we go. All of the cracking fired up, and then it'll now hover on that row. Perfect. That's what I wanted to see. No, I don't need more pumps. It's remember the pressure here doesn't have to go all the way out. Alright, so we're increasing the flow here. Will it work without cracking? No, it's almost theoretically impossible to make it work without cracking. And these ones are just filling up. There we go. And I wish pumps could have their on-off state readable via circuit network. Easy to add status lamps. Yeah, but you know, I've also thought that, and then I was like, well, whatever signal you're sending in, you could just put it into a lamp as well, right? So it shouldn't be. I think that's the logic of it. Like, if you're, this one is now greater than 20. I'm actually honestly not sure this is correct. And like our host, just come, you can't come. I'm not sure. Is this what I want? You prioritize petrogas, which you'll crack light. Yes, exactly. That's the point. But on the other hand, if I if I was prioritizing the light oil, then I would potentially run out. Yeah, I'm also thinking that this also just seems incorrect that I'm cracking here. At least the fact that this one isn't being consumed and this is... it's actually the reason why I can't consume enough, right? This is 22, this is 25. Just get stuck at that. Why would we ever crack light oil when making rocket fuel? It's not a dumb question. It's because it's impossible to do a perfect ratio of consuming 794 petroleum for every 1001 light oil. You can't do that. And if you don't consume enough petroleum, then let's say that you consume 1001 light oil and only 793 and not the 794 petroleum. Then over time, might take 10 hours, then you will suddenly jam your pipes because you can't consume enough petroleum. And the question is there enough? Well, I think actually that's because this part here is not consuming enough. So because it's this thing here is totally, if you look at the total amount, it just doesn't consume enough, right? So it only consumes 800 and not the 1000. So because it's too small, then eventually this one will just build up. And I've set it up in the way that if it builds up, then convert the rest over. And that means it converts, push it in. But what if I just took this out? Then we'll see if this one will just scale up as well. This one will scale up as well. The question is, will it, which one will run out then, right? Will this one run to 0? And I hope it should be, right? Actually, this is much better to run it without this. So much. Hey, like, what's the goal? Trying to make a self-balancing rocket fuel plant. And I think this is how I should do it. I should do it without the light oil cracking so that I can see if this one gradually decreases. It just doesn't decrease at all. This one also just increases. So, all right, of course, I'm not consuming enough. So this one will gradually increase until this box is full. This box is full. I don't actually want this one to have a condition. The only way to remove a condition from this is with a red pipe belts. Don't have a condition. You're just pushing. Right. So when the light oil goes all the way up, then we should start seeing that the petroleum goes down, because these will be stopping. And as the petroleum goes down, when it reaches 0, then we'll start to see that balancing. It's going to take a while. Yeah, since petroleum, that's exactly why I'm thinking that that's you crack the heavy oil to light oil, but don't do anything else. And now we're seeing exactly what I was projecting, that we are being constrained by the is that what I wanted? Yeah, we're constrained by this so far, but this one still increases. And when this hits 50, then that will be the actual constraint. Right now it is actually the light oil that's dictating speed. As you are proportional, at least slightly over-consuming petroleum, you'll gobble it up. Yes. This is more like oxygen not included, where you set something in motion, and only when when it fills up or the temperature increases gradually, then it had reached a steady state. Right now, this is not very unfactorio-esque that we are waiting for steady states to occur. Speed up in time. That's a great point. I think I have a command here. There we go. Empty for a long time. And let's see what we're seeing. Perfect. Exactly as I was hoping. We're seeing that the petroleum is actually now being consumed fast enough. And once it reaches 0, then we should see that they it can't even do it. It's only running at speed 5. Bad. 6. 5-ish. 5.5. Let's call it speed 5.5. Large fluctuations, but that's just the way it is. And okay, so now it's so far down that we should start seeing this one being starved. There. Yeah, it's at least flickering now, so that one will be the one that starves the first. Oh, look at that. Yep, there you go. It's now officially starving on this part. And that means it's going to start consuming more of the petroleum, of relatively more of the light oil. This one should increase. It was actually dropping down below 500 before, or at 500. Now it's at the 700 and 800 now, and it should be at 800. This one is at the 5 to 600 because that's all there is. And this has now reached a steady state. And it will be steady here because the demand for petroleum is just going to be stuck. The demand for light oil can be matched with what we have here. So now this whole thing will be gearing. It'll be stuck because of light oil, and that's exactly what we want. Because light oil can continue. But is it still producing? Nope, it's not producing. Damn it. It is not working. It's not working. Because it's simply not getting enough. And I think this might be... It's... Okay, so this is happening... This is happening why? The last assembler... No, these ones have to run 100%. Otherwise it's not working. Okay, so what is the problem? The problem is that I think I had it just before. Okay. Right now, it is consuming all the petroleum that it can do, and the petroleum is produced at a rate of 4 petroleum for every 5 light oil coming out of the refinery. Good. So when it consumes 4 petroleum, it can consume 5 light oil. But the petroleum it has available plus the ratio of light oil it can consume is not enough to is not enough, right? So, because right now it's stuck on light. The output of petroleum is too low because the petroleum is stuck. No, it's the heavy oil. Yeah, the heavy oil is stuck. Where's the heavy oil stuck? It's just it's heavy oil stuck because it can't output the light oil anymore. And the light oil stuck because it can't output because this is full. Last row does not have enough light oil. No, 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 no. This is not the light oil that's missing. It's the solid fuel. And the solid fuel is missing because it's not getting the ratio of here. So, and it could, this one could produce more petroleum, but it can't because it's stuck here. So it's not self-balancing like this. This is not how it works. Use light oil cracking. Yeah, that's the whole point, is that we wanted to see. Some columns are getting all the gas and some are getting no gas. Yes, but the ones who are getting all the gas, when they're full, should then overflow, so it should self-balance. Right? Like, these are obviously good, and then it backfills. But it's still going to consume then a larger percentage here. Yeah, okay, so you're saying that these are always running and therefore they consume an outsized percentage, means that they're consuming more light oil, which means they're consuming more petroleum because they're first in a row, and because of that these light oils are not consuming anything, as you can see here, and that means our overall consumption of light oil is too low because these are not getting to consume, and because the consumption of light oil for some of them is too low, it gets stuck here, and therefore the petroleum never reaches that one. That makes sense, if that's kind of what you said, but that's kind of how I interpret it. So the only way to fix that is to make a balanced input, to make sure that they all sort of get enough, and that means crap. Separate all 6 lines at once instead of one at a time. But this is a manifold build. Last row needs more plants to produce. No, it shouldn't. It shouldn't. That's just a symptom of the error. That's putting a band-aid on the problem. This one's not going to change anything either. This will just push the problem somewhere else. There you go. Have a good night. Thank you. Yeah, fluids in Factorio. Yeah, someone was saying you should do a fluid Factorio thing. And then we can also see what their flow rate is. It's gonna get higher and higher as we go further back. Yeah, I don't think this is. It's actually working slightly better now. Slightly. Definitely not good enough. We're 0.5 below. Meaning it goes from 1 pipe directly into 6 pipes. That's not the manifold. Manifold is like, that's like yeah. No. Have I completely misunderstood what manifold means in all my life? Okay, reading Wikipedia pages. Blah, 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 blah. Pipe organ. Or 0.5 below the rate it ran at when you had surplus gas and tanks. Yeah. Both, because this is running at ratio, and it should be producing the same. There's a wide and or bigger pipe or channel in which smaller pipes or channel lead. Mm-hmm. But we need some space. I've always thought that the manifold was like like branches off like that, and not actually saying that a manifold is right. I thought the manifold was like branches off to the side, but this is a manifold, or sort of more properly look like this. But there's still a big difference between this one is simple, but if I added more, then it would be, I would need a 1-to-6 splitter. But top of the air collection before making its way into the individual. I'm gonna have to do some research on that myself to make sure, because like for example in Satisfactory, always call it a manifold system when it goes down one main line and branches out to the side, but that's not going to be equal. That's going to be 1/3, 1/3, and 1/3 continues until the next break when it goes 1/9, 1/9, 1/9 continues, and then 1/27, 1/27, 1/27 continues. Anyway, that's more of a semantic problem, but I think that it would fix it if it was like equally split, but it's really difficult to make it equal split to 6. I think that we conclude something. Manifold is right, left is balanced. That's also what I'm meaning, but that's not going to guarantee half. This is going to be like, this gets half, this gets a quarter, this gets 1/8, this gets 1/16, and this one gets 1/16. So that's not going to ensure anything about equal amounts. That's because pipes full of air are governed. Yeah, okay, I know, but then you call it, then you calling it a manifold system is only works if it only works for like gases, but manifolds also work for the lymphatic system, which isn't like gases at ideal pressure. So yeah, problem lies with back pressure and things of that nature. Sources work in oil and gas. Yep. And then it gets complicated. Sources, I played oxygen not included. Pump into 2 storage tanks, split. Yeah, but those don't work. The storage tanks, it's gonna be random. It picks one and then all of it goes there. It's super weird. Yeah. All right, I think it's time for us to collect the blueprints. I'm not gonna do this one because I don't like it. I'm not happy about it. So we are gonna collect a new blueprint book. And this one will be Space Science 22/0.5 per sec. Good stuff, and it's in my inventory, so it will be here. And I've got to pick a little low density icon here, and low density structures. But not that one. Happy? Here. Also. That was by far the easiest one, this one. That gets an icon and called rocket control units. No, singular. And there. And I'm gonna make a little icon here so we know. Rocket fuel light oil. Funny how I don't use the icons, but I don't like using icons here. I think it looks weird. There. And then someone should just make a little blueprint of a rocket silo that is tileable, but that's gonna be another time. And this one, put it into blueprint. Okay, make a new paste, blah. And this one is going to be called space science 22.5 per second. Good. And if anyone wants it, I will also have it for you here.
Welcome
Hey,
back.
TechnoDuck, thank you for the 3 months. It has been a quiet night for sure in terms of resubs and the likes. So thank you very much for that, TechnoDuck. We have a 24 and a 25 months resub. 224. 324. Thosel, Timbo, and did Vichu? Yeah, Vichu, yes. And then Jeff for some reason with 25 months. Have you said what the hype train benefits? Nope, we just didn't really have the time. I will just save this game and then I'm gonna load up the start the test game I'm doing. And so that for the few people who are still around here at the end can see what it works, what it does. I'm gonna do that testing thing. Do that. Is that correct? No, it's not correct. Damn. Mods? Cool. Damn. Kind of have to load the mods from that one. Testing. Load the mods. Don't load the save after sync. Don't load 48. I'm going to show you. Is there enough rocket fuel and LDS for satellites? Yes, there is. That's the point. We've scaled it up so that it actually is. It's going to be a quality of life mod in the new series, right? Yes, there will be something. I'm going to start with Tiny Start because otherwise laying like smelter foundations takes too long. And I'll do one more mod. And good thing Timbo is not here because which one is it? It's, of course, logically, it is that one. Because they're all called the same. And that one. Good. And this one probably has some dependency. We'll try it. I've been lurking purely for the preview. Oh, I'm sorry to keep you waiting this long. What? We can't see my screen? It's there? Nope, just a new game. Boop. And I will do a real world, and I'll do, the only thing we change is always go. There we go, we started. So it's going to be vanilla so that it's, no one can say, hey, that's unfair, you cheated with infinite resources or anything like that. And then we have a little tool here that we can use. If there is a hype train, then we click somewhere where someone might want a hype train to be. They want some cool location. Let's say that is Jeff S. And it's a level 2 hype train. And he won the gift subs. And what color would he like? He'd like to have the acid color. Bloop. And then we get a little district here. And that is displayed on the map. And the only benefit for me is that it's faster, but it's going to be a cool sprawl here. And then when someone else gets something, and of course I have to remember that Vichu didn't like that I used him as number 1, then he can choose whatever color he wants. Wants a black one. Bloop. There we go. So it gets a bigger square. So basically the hype train level is going to be indicating how many chunks, and then there is basically a score up here. It also allows you to take that, Timbo. How long time did it take for me to crash it? 20 seconds, I guess. 20 seconds. Yeah. This is why I've been a bit hesitant about doing this. I'm just going to paste that one for him immediately. And that's point up. There we go. Well, that was fun. There. Yeah. So don't do that. But the idea is that there is a score list, and the idea is for the people who are interested in having many, they could be sort of like, hey, can I have mine up here? And yes, you can. You're one at level 4, and that's I don't know. And then you maybe choose a color that you like. Look at that, level 5 all the way up here. It's pretty big. Breaking his teams or mods is maybe his greatest. Yes, thank you. It is one of my key talents, breaking software. Yeah. Hello, Sir Sam. If I ever, against all expectations, win one, I'd ask for it to be totally in the water. Yeah. The thing is, like, the idea is that if I landfill this area, then I can regenerate it. That's the part this one is for, if I rebuild it. But I'm not going to press it because it explodes. And then it keeps track of the chunks here. So if anyone... that looks silly. If anyone wants to... If we get a number of hype trains and someone goes like, oh, but I have 3. Yeah, but they're not as high level. And, you know, all that stuff. So... And it could also be someone going like, okay, I want mine here. And then next time PJGR wants to be next to it, or something like that. We don't have like random spawning, but it basically like wherever you want it, and then we'll put it there. And it's gonna look awful, but as soon as you enter, hopefully, in some time, people will go like, what are the colors? And then we'll probably have a color. Nope, they can't overlap. So that's also the first thing I tried was like, hey, what if I put one here, and then make it also a big one? Haha. There. Then it says chunk overlaps with another district. What about level 2? Nope. Level 1? Yep. It could be here. Right? Gonna be fun Tetrising all the different sizes. That's kind of the fun part. And then probably someone could be like, hey, can I get that square up there? Like next to PJTR and above Tallman? Sure. And maybe, I don't know. We don't know how it's gonna be, and maybe it'll, since it's not a building, but it's a tag, and you can get your color, and since there are a limited number of colors, then probably a good idea to choose your own color if you expect to go more of them. Blue against red. and maybe you're like, hey, I want to be on team red, so maybe Jeff wants to be on team red as well when he gets that one, and then go. I wonder if I could click up there. Yeah, I can. So I don't know. We have no idea if it's gonna be anything weird or it's not. Why do I have to be Mr. Pink? Yeah, I know. The last color is dark. It's maroon. And Gareth has already said he wants maroon. He is maroon somewhere. Bleep bloop. There we go. Is it just concrete with color? Yes, it's just concrete with color and a name tag. And you can see that already here, it kind of looks cool, I think. And as the base grows, and maybe someone goes, oh, that copper out there, I want to be there. They're always chunk sized, yes, indeed. Which also kind of means that I have to consider how I'm building things, because if I build my classic 100 by 100 city blocks, it's going to look awful because it's going to be slightly off. So, These colorful columns are in the base game. Oh yeah, are they in the base game? Really? I don't know what we're going to do, but I have no idea how I'm going to play this base out, and I just wanted something that was fun, something in terms of hype trains, something that could be sort of a mini game out of if people want that, but nothing that gave me an unfair advantage in the game, right? Yeah. For the chunks, I noticed it's like 1 by 1, 2 by 2. Exactly. Oh, hello. Which also means like one level 5 hype train is the same as 25 level 1 hype trains. Oh, I ran out. Ha! Take that, you stupid biters. But instead of saying, nope, it's squares. It's going to be a huge base. Yes, Corpora, that is the intention. It is my attempt at building a big base, because I always get stuck kind of middle of the road, and if you build a 3K base, then you don't really need to consider like updates and building efficient for that. So it was fun building that 18,000 science pack, 18,001 with Factorio extended, but this is going to be something else. But 1.1 has made huge strides forward in performance, and maybe before the end of this, I'm guessing, my guess is it's going to run until end of April, this series, because it's going to be big. It's going to be 300 hours, I guess, 100 hours per month, maybe actually less, actually. So I don't know, end of April, I guess. Anyway, so any initial thoughts about silly, irrelevant, annoying, bad, fun? It's supposed to be something fun so that people can engage with it, but not something that sort of changes the way that the game actually feels. I mean, it's going to be nice to work on concrete for sure. So, Factorio is fun. I hope it is. Yeah. And you get your name here, and it's also displayed in-game, so you can see it. And you can make rainbows. Are you going to be keeping the new series up to date, for example, 1.1.3? Yep, I am. Because it's a vanilla base, so I'm going to be updating it. Granted, of course, it has to be updated on the server. But if maybe I'll end up needing a bigger PC, a new PC for this, and I am considering buying a new PC, sort of maybe for my birthday in April or something. So maybe this base is going to motivate me to get that done. Who knows? Anyway, I think it's time for us to wrap up. Do blighters run biters? I don't know. Yeah, they do. Oh, sucks. Has been answered. Just ignore me. Will this playthrough start from a fresh start or from existing? It'll start from a fresh start. Oh yeah, concrete doesn't absorb pollution. Ooh, yeah. Base going to be silly colorful. Are we gonna mod sniping? Who knows? Love the idea of minigames with the community engagement. Yeah, I hope so. Map settings, real world, maybe made real world with a bit of an oomph to it, because that one is there. It doesn't actually get very big when you look at these. Do anyone else problem to build Ghost? Yes, someone has mentioned that already. So I want to make it a real world because otherwise they're going to be too compact. And if you look at it, it's nice to have a 15 here, a 25 there. That's good. This is an interesting map actually. 13. See, this is like okay. So the next one, I'm hoping that it's going to be bigger. So here's a 15 that's not really relevant. That's a lot of water on this map. That's a lot of water. Don't mind. See, 11 million? Is this supposed to be a rail world? It's supposed to be bigger when you get out. And 5 million. I don't think this... I don't think the algorithm really works. Nope, concrete doesn't work on water. You can see here, it cuts off. Hey, Vichu. Oh, before the game crashed, I of course made a big square that was yours, but then the game crashed. It's always so difficult when you're starting the game and just looking around and you just don't really have any feel of, is this going to feel like, oh, it's just in the neighborhood, or is this going to feel like far away? If you look at this is the maximum zoom, and I think I'm at this kind of zoom on my reverse megabase side. I think maybe that. Rainwell and crank the richness and size sliders up bigger. Maybe. Yeah, this is default map. 27. See, it's not very much actually. See, if I was using resource spawner overhaul RSO, then I would definitely sort of the gradient for further away gets bigger is not set enough here. They don't really get particularly big. Like, what is this 16 million doing out here? Saving map. Subscribe. I want to get in the habit of, if I see autosave, then I'm going to say subscribe. I want to do that for my YouTube because reasons. And here we have a 10 million. There's something right? I think I recognize this map. I played it. Really? It's one hell of a big peninsula. Yeah, some weird continent feel to it. It's really weird, actually. But once you start here and then figure out that this is actually a peninsula, then go like, yep, done. No biters there. Clear out this part. Cool. It does have like Africa, the Iberian Peninsula, something UK has either run off or merged back into Europe. It's probably the Dutch. It's probably the Dutch. The Dutch have just filled the English Channel with whatever they fill it with. They found out that if they spread out whatever is above ground in Holland, even slightly, then they can make everything slightly above ground all the way to England. So that's what happened. Yeah, a little stubby Italy. It's actually a nice map. Right, what are these last ones out here? Like 11 million. What the hell's wrong with this algorithm? It's supposed to be bigger when it goes further out. And it doesn't really... Okay, 42. That's the first one that's even moderately useful. 53. That's okay. What about this one? 47, but it has slight outside, so it's probably about 50 or something. 53. Maybe this is okay. I don't know if this is going to feel like far away or not. How much uranium? All of it. Way too much. 42. What about this one now? This is 48. I don't know. I don't know about these settings. They don't... It doesn't feel very overwhelming for sure. We might get really stopped for materials. We'd have to go a lot further out. Yeah. Anyway, we did get an autosave, so if I want to keep this map, I can. Then I can just change the resource settings. What do you guys think of the resource settings? I'm not very good at gauging this. It doesn't feel... It feels very low. What is it? Yeah, the post-apocalypse. Yep. Too little in starting here. Yeah, that's kind of where the death world is. The everyone sure crank ore frequency, size, and richness to maximum. Why? I don't like that. I don't think that's gonna look good. It's gonna be awful. But not frequency. Also because it's gonna be like lots of small things. But I mean like size and richness maybe. Richness is actually not as important. Size is way more important because size is the amount you can get out at a time. Richness is how long it's gonna last. But with lots of productivity, it's gonna be the. That's why it's the yeah. Okay. Anyway, so the core idea is this one, and now of course we don't have radar because it's scanning the map. So I think this is going to be super interesting to play with, and I'm looking forward to figuring out how I'm going to match it up with maybe some city blocks that are 90. I'm definitely not going to have any sacred path because that would override this one, so that's no good. So maybe I do 96 by 96 city blocks somehow. We can do that. Yeah, we're gonna need more patches. I think we're gonna need bigger patches anyway. Game not saved. I don't care. Good. That's it. So you got a sneak preview of what we're gonna do for the next series. I hope you like it. Why not the 100 by 100? Because the chunks are gonna be very visible because of the hype train, if there are any hype trains. So that means it's gonna be looking really bad when the city blocks are just slightly off to the side. Reasons worse, size is not reasonable for late game. Better to increase frequency. Huh? Size is not reasonable. Why not reasonable for late game? I don't know what you mean reasonable. Why do you have a bot icon with your name? That's weird. I think that size is the most important. Yeah. Yeah. So. Exactly. Direct train. Yeah. The bot icon is for Frank. Oh, okay. Weird. Anyway, I am going to wrap up today, and I will be taking a day off tomorrow, but I'll be streaming on Saturday. I think I'm going to be doing some kind of workshop with oxygen not included. I think the let's play is. There's a few things I want to do still, but not so much more. We're up to 700 cycles, and I'm not going to start a new game in Oxygen Not Included until the new release comes in. So that's going to be the plan. So anyway, thanks everyone for joining tonight. It was fun. I enjoyed it, and hope to see you on Sunday and maybe also a bit on Saturday for some casual Oxygen Not Included and hanging out. Remember, I have my Let's Plays and tutorials on YouTube, both on Factorio and Oxygen Not Included, the two games I play right now. And we have Dyson Sphere coming up next week. Good night, take care, and as always, stay effective. I am about to hit exit. No.